Good afternoon. Welcome to the October 7, 2020 session of the Board of Zoning Appeals. In a moment, we will commence the call of our calendar, a copy of which can be found on the town's website under the calendar and agenda links for the Board of Zoning Appeals. If you wish to participate in this hearing, you can do so by going to that calendar page and using the virtual hearing link found there, or alternatively, by using the link brookhavenny.gov/join. Again, brookhavenny.gov/join. When coming on as an attendee, please be sure to identify yourself by your name and the case number that you have interest in speaking on. That is the way we can decide who to bring up as a participant when the time it comes to do so. Again, name yourself with your name and your case number that you're interested in. Applications before the board will consist of three parts: the presentation of the applicant, the testimony of those wishing to speak on the application, and then finally the rebuttal testimony of the applicant, limited to those issues brought on by persons speaking in opposition. At the conclusion of each of the applications, this board will take one of three actions. We can decide the case today by a motion to grant or to deny the relief requested. Alternatively, we can close the public hearing and place the matter on our decision calendar. Finally, we could hold the public hearing open to a future date. If the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to grant the application, what this means simply is that the relief that you seek from the board has been granted. A grant letter will issue from the Board of Appeals office within 7 to 10 business days. That is the document that you return to the building department with to continue with your endeavor. If the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to close the public hearing and place the matter on the decision calendar, what this means that your hearing was held today and the record is now closed. The board has 62 days under the code in which to render a decision. Once that written decision is rendered, the applicant will be notified directly. Those interested in viewing a copy of the decision can access it off of the town's website under the calendar and agenda links for the Board of Zoning Appeals. Finally, if the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to hold the public hearing open to a future date, this occurs when either an applicant has not met conditions precedent to the relief requested, or where the board requires additional information before we can pass on the application. In this instance, the public hearing record is held open to a future date. On that future date, the required information is made part of the record, and then the matter closed for decision. I thank you for your attention. Please stand with us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you again, and good afternoon. Welcome to the October 7, 2020 session of the Board of Zoning Appeals. May we have roll call?
Board members: Charles Lazaru,
Present.
Rick Cunha,
Present.
Howard Bergson,
Present.
Deputy Chair James Wisdom,
Present.
Chairman Paul DeChance.
Present. As you can see, we have a 5-member board today. We will do our best to move the applications as quickly as we can. And listening to what you have to say, I understand that there were several postponements from today's calendar. We will take motions concerning those postponements now.
Case number 1 in the name of Nunzio Falzone, requesting November 4th. And the rest of the postponement requests are off the holdover calendar. Case number 38 of March 25th, 2020. It's a rehearing in the name of Mohammed Iqbal, requesting October 21st. Number 37 of August 26, 2020, Albert DeLuca, October 21st. And cases 45 through 46 of July 15th, 2020, Werner and Lorenzo, October 21st.
All right, does the board have that motion?
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. With those cases adjourned, then anyone that is listed as an attendee, if you had intended to speak on case number 1 or any of those holdover cases that were adjourned, please note that they have been adjourned to the dates indicated. There's no reason to remain on. The rest of you, please, if you haven't done so, please rename yourself with the case number that you wish to speak on. We will commence this hearing with case number 2.
Patrick Fontana and Lori J. Adams Fontana, 122 Chestnut Street, Mount Sinai, located on the west side of Chestnut Street, 105 feet south of Rita Drive, Mount Sinai. Applicant requests front yard setback variances for proposed pool house, in-ground swimming pool, and pool pumps located in the front yard, not permitted. Also height variance for proposed 6-foot high fence located in the front yard.
Mr. Chairman, I have the applicant.
Very good. We'll wait for them to be promoted. Could you also just please put the survey up for case number 2? Mr. Fontana, I can see you. Are you able to hear us?
I am. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I'm going to ask you to please give your attention to the board's attorney, John Doyle, to be sworn.
Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, then. Good afternoon, Mr. Falzone. Thank you for attending the Zoom hearing with us today. The board is familiar with the application in that we see that you are here for certain relief at your parcel concerning pool pumps, and a fence. What would you like to tell us specifically?
The home is uniquely situated in the way that it does not face Chestnut. It actually faces a private driveway that is unfortunately not dedicated to the town. So what the town views as my front yard is a combination of my front, side, and rear yards. So if you see on the survey, you'll notice where I'd like to place the pool pump, and pool house. They are obscured by 35 feet of tree line facing Chestnut. They would not be seen from the roadway. The privacy fence is as indicated, inset deeply in the wood line. In terms of impact to the neighborhood, nobody passing by on Chestnut will see the items that are going to go into the yard. So there is no visual impact.
All right. Thank you, sir. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bergson.
So, it's Mr. Fontana, correct?
Correct.
And so, do you have any pictures of the house that faces this pathway or roadway or?
Right now, it
access?
looks like what is currently pulled up is on the screen is the aerial view. The home in
Right.
question is surrounded by the aqua line. So you'd like a picture?
Well, I'm just saying, would you have that? Do you have that?
I do have some pictures. How wide would you like a shot of? Is there a way for me to maybe
I'd like to see the front of the house
Okay.
from the right of way.
Sure.
If you have it, I mean, we don't want to wait.
No, I
Probably
do
not.
have. It's just a matter of how I pull it up to show you. If you would
Mr.
walk me
Fontana,
through that.
we can share the screen with you if you'd like. We can, Mr. Vega can take down what's there and you can post something. If it's what Mr. Bergson is asking, if you're capable of doing that.
I am capable. I would just need to, I'm not familiar with the program here. So am I able to then utilize what's on the screen for me to share to it?
Mr. Vega, let me take your input here.
Mr. Fontana, if you have a PDF file that is readily available to share, then you can share that file. If it's just a photograph of something, then you can hold it up to your screen.
I could probably get a photograph right now that I could hold up. I would have to PDF a file that I do have. So
If it's readily available on your on your computer right now, if it's pulled up, I can stop sharing, and then you can hit the share button on the.
All right,
this
let's
is
start with
the
that.
home now.
Okay, I think that's taken from the right of way, correct? Mr.
From
Fontana?
I'm going to assume you mean the private driveway itself and not
The private
Chestnut?
driveway, yes. Yes, I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay, that's enough. That's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have you received any input from the neighbors with respect to this?
I've not heard any feedback from the 19 mailouts that were sent.
Okay.
So nothing yet. And there is a picture that I had sent in because I know one of the requests is a close-up of the sign, the public notice sign, as well as a wide shot. If that is available to you, there is a wide shot from the street which shows you the frontage on Chestnut. So you could see the tree line that we're talking about there. Of
Okay.
course, in the overhead, you see the tree line too.
It says proposed clearing on the survey near where the fence is going to go. Is there going to be there's some additional clearing that needs to be done? But you're going to stop at that location? Is that?
So
what I
if you look at,
understand is?
yes, if you look at the north side of the tree line that is on the street, there on the eastern side of the property. So essentially, that is pretty much the clearing that we would need. So from there, straight southward, parallel to Chestnut, there's only a small triangle of trees that needs to come out. It is shown on the survey what needs to come out, proposal clearing wise. If you
Yeah,
can
no,
see,
I see that. Is that treed area preserved? Is there a restriction on clearing?
there is a 53% max clearing allowance on the property, but if you look at the survey, I believe it states, I believe the surveyor had put that total proposed clearing would put me at 51.3%. So that would be just under my total clearing limit.
So that clearing limit would prevent you from doing any substantial further clearing, correct?
From further clearing, yes, but I
No, I
have
understand, but
no
but there's- so
intention of doing so because I like
there
the
is already
privacy.
a restriction that would prevent any additional clearing beyond the 51%, or plus or minus a percentage point, yeah.
Correct. 53% is what I'm allowed to go
Right.
up to. So
Okay.
I'm 1.7% away, but
Okay.
I really would prefer not to clear anymore because I like the privacy with what
No,
would be
I-
left on Chestnut's side as well as the western side of the property.
No, we understand, but we look at it for a longer term, not just for you.
Sure.
I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Mr. Fontana, let me ask, I see that this appears to have been a 4-lot land division, may have come into existence through an act of this board. But all 4 houses come off of this private driveway. I'm sure there's a cross-access agreement. In looking at the manner in which it was developed, I don't see any structures, accessory structures in the front yard. And in looking at your survey, I see that you have a number of plans. One of them is to put a pavilion in, and that would be on the west side, not on the east side, on the opposite side from where the pool is being proposed. Why? Tell us why you didn't bring the pool into the development more. Tell us why you feel like you need it in the front yard.
Well, as you can see on the western side, there is a shed already. And there is an electric line that comes through the property from a standby generator, which was just completed. And that area over there on the western side where it says proposed 21.5 by 20.5 pavilion, from there southward is open grass. And the tree line on the westerly side has an appreciable amount less poison ivy than the easterly side. So we actually disallow any of the kids to play on the eastern side where the proposed area is for the pool and the pool house, because if anything goes into the woods, it's an issue with ivy. So we keep everybody on the westerly side. So technically where we would like to place the pool and the pool house, it's really unutilized property for us. We really don't go over on that side. So I'd like to try and preserve the westerly side for use so that just for safety for poison ivy. And again, there is the shed that's already there, plus the electric lines going through. So I didn't want to encroach any further past. And if you'll notice, there's also a proposed second car attached garage. So the westerly side of that garage, I don't want to put, I would prefer to not push anything past that structure wise, accessory structure wise. And lastly, with the pool, we would prefer to not have the pool directly behind the house because for half of the year the pool is open, but the other half it's not. And so now you have a large obstruction right behind the home, which limits your use for the patio and a table and whatnot. So those are really all the reasons.
All right, can we see the aerial again? In terms of the 4 houses that are there, the houses in the depth off of the cul-de-sac have pools in the rear. Your neighbor across the street has not done anything yet in terms of accessory structures. Is that what the aerial shows us? Is that still the present condition?
Those are present conditions, yes.
All right. The pool house, which you also intend to enclose within this 6-foot fence area, it looks like it's roughly 754 square feet.
Correct.
it's larger than what we're used to seeing. Tell us why, or how you came to that size, and what plans you have for that structure.
So the plans for that structure are the easterly side of that structure would be bathrooms and a shed. The bathrooms would be wasted to the existing sanitary for the home. I've contacted Waste Management Division with Suffolk County. They've already given me the green light. I just have to go through the formalities of all the paperwork. There are no bedrooms in the pool house. So because of that, I do not need an additional sanitary and cesspool for that, or leaching pool. What kind of,
You use the term, when you use the word bathroom, it was plural, it was bathrooms. Tell us why you did that.
2 restrooms. Well, we're kind of OCD with the cleanliness of the home. So we prefer to not to have shoes in the home. If we have a lot of people in the backyard, quite honestly, it would be nice to keep them into the bathrooms outside as well, you know, in terms of pulling someone in the home. And if somebody does have to use the restroom for quite some time, it would be nice to have a secondary bathroom for them so that somebody doesn't have to then go in. Plus, they will have a larger space in the bathroom to also be utilized as a changing area. So that's where the additional size comes into. The other half.
So you're pointing to 2 rooms that you want to consider bathrooms. How many rooms total are you planning to put in the pool house?
So there are 3 rooms. 2 would be restrooms. 1 would be a storage room for pool, you know, toys and whatnot. And the rest of it is actually open structure. So we would like to place a hot tub on the westerly side of that, with an outdoor fireplace in there. So really it's only 3 enclosed rooms, 2 bathrooms and a storage room. The rest of it is actually open air with no walls.
And apart from the plumbing required for a bathroom, is there a plan for for either for further plumbing or heat source in the structure?
No heat sources whatsoever. The only thing we would do is place on-demand electric hot water heaters just under the sinks for hot water usage at the sink. Aside from that, no, there's no other plans for enclosure or heating.
All right. I know that you're not familiar with the customary covenant that this board uses for pool houses, but I want to read you portions of it because in some ways your plans contradict the covenant, and in those areas that it does contradict, I want to give you an opportunity to tell the board why we should consider what you're asking. Specifically, it says the cabana pool house shall not contain more than 1 room other than a bathroom, shall not be heated or contain a kitchen or be designed, equipped, or used for cooking or sleeping purposes. Interior plumbing shall be limited to a sink plus 1 bathroom containing a toilet and a sink. No indoor shower shall be established, and that would be in the form of a covenant filed with the office of the Suffolk County Clerk. So the way I see it, based upon your testimony, is that you're asking for an additional room, which would be a second bathroom. Are there any other conflicts with regard to the customary covenant and what you're planning?
The only thing which is not a conflict, there is a shower, but it's just an outdoor shower head. There's nothing interior. I didn't understand that there was a covenant for 1 bathroom, so my apology. But that is all that we are looking to do out there. I don't believe that there's any other conflicts.
All right. And in terms of your request for a second bathroom, you've indicated your preference to have 2 so that there's no waiting. Is there anything else
Correct.
you want the board to know when it deliberates on this application?
That's really it. You know, it would be, again, it would be very nice to have those items on the easterly side of the property. Anything else I would state would just be reiterating. So.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Mr. Vega, Ms. Ricordi, do we have any communication or anyone wishing to speak?
I don't have anything.
All right, so we have nothing in writing. Mr. Vega, do we have anyone waiting to speak?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any speakers.
All right, then. If there's nothing further from the board, I'll ask for a motion.
Move to close and hold.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson to close and hold, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Fontana, I know that you were with us from the beginning. Move to close and hold means the board will deliberate and issue a decision within 62 days.
Okay, thank you very
We
much
thank you
your
for
time today.
attending with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 3, Daniel DeRusso, care of Woodhull Expediting, 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson. Property is located on the east side of Magnolia Drive, 650 feet south of Pine Street, Selden. Applicant requests minimum and total side yard variances for proposed attached garage addition.
Mr. Chairman, I have Amy DeVito for the applicant.
Thank you. Ms. DeVito, we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
See you and I can hear you.
Very good. Let me ask you to please give your attention to the board's attorney, John Doyle, to be sworn.
Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
So we'll start with your appearance for the record, please.
All right, Amy DeVito, Woodhull Expediting with offices at 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777.
Thank you, Ms. DeVito. So you are or the applicant is proposing a garage addition, which will result in kind of a tight yard. What did you want to tell us about that?
Okay, so, and before I start, Anthony, Mr. DeRusso is probably in the audience. We may want to just bring him in on the meeting after I speak. So I'm not sure if you could see him, but he was going to attend.
Miss DeVito, I don't see him.
No, okay, it's no big deal. I'm ready to present, but he said he may attend.
And let me just say, Mr. DeRusso, if you are as an attendee, but we're not seeing you, just please utilize the chat function of the program, and Mr. Vega will speak to you directly.
All right, perfect, thank you. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, good afternoon. I just want to start off by saying that we realize that this is a significant request with holding just a 3.5 foot side yard setback at the further end of the garage. The purpose of this garage is because my client has several cars, collectible cars that he'd like to store at home. As you know, it is hard to find areas in the town of Brookhaven to store cars legally. So he would like to store the cars at home. The purpose of the addition is to expand the garage so that he has ultimately a 2-car garage that goes back a little bit further. With that said, if you look at the aerials, you'll see that the house to the left, or to the north, known as 103 Magnolia Drive, is actually set back quite a bit from the subject premises. So this particular encroachment into the side yard will have no effect on their quality of life as far as the actual house being too close to their home. Further, my client does realize that he could erect a detached garage in his rear yard and maintain a 10-foot setback, but that would actually take him in line directly with the neighboring property known as 103 Magnolia. So he actually felt that it would be more courteous for him to have the garage attached to the home than to set it back right next to their, home. We did receive a letter in support from 103 Magnolia Drive. The homeowner's name is Elizabeth Neubauer.
We have that letter.
All right, perfect. I would be happy to read it unless Ms. Ricciardi wants to read it, but we did receive a letter of support from her. I have some photos that were also submitted if you'd care to take a look at those, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. DeVito. If you have the letter from the neighbor, I mean, we do acknowledge receipt of it. It's part of the record. If you'd like to read it for the record, I will allow you to do that.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, I have the applicant and I promoted him to a panelist. He's up.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, so this letter is dated September 21st, 2020, addressed to the Board of Zoning Appeals with reference to 101 Magnolia Drive, Selden. Dear members of the board, my name is Elizabeth Neubauer and I reside at 103 Magnolia Drive, Selden, New York, 11784. I am aware of Mr. DeRusso's application to build his garage extension and I am in full support of it. I am aware that this falls close to the property line, but as my house is further back than the proposed garage would be, I am okay with it. Thank you for your time and consideration. And that is signed by the owner and notarized.
Thank you, Mr. Vito. Let's see if your client wishes to add any further comment
Sure.
here. Mr. DeRusso, I can see you. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right. Thank you, sir. Let me ask you to please give your attention to the board's attorney, John Doyle, and he will swear you in.
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
Thank you, sir. Let's start with your name and address, please.
My name is Daniel DeRusso, 101 Magnolia Drive, Selden.
Thank you, sir. The record should reflect that your representative, Amy DeVito, just presented the application on your behalf. Were you able to listen to it and hear it as it was ongoing?
That's correct.
All right. And did you have anything additional to add to that presentation?
Yes, I basically if you look at the aerial view of it, their house is set back, and it's not a normal house where they have a backyard. Their backyard is actually the side yard that faces my property.
We see that.
If I would force, if I need to build a separate garage in the back, basically I would have to drive along the fence line close to their house to get to the garage. And then when they come out their backyard would be basically facing my garage. So I feel it's unfair to do that to anybody that lived there.
And you had this discussion with your neighbor. Is this the reason why we have a writing from your neighbor generally in favor of the application?
I did.
Thank you, sir. All right. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Wisdom.
So Amy, how does this fit into the neighborhood? Because the aerial we have, I do see that there's a space between the fence line and the house itself.
Mhm.
So are there any other houses that have garages, that additions that are on the house in this neighborhood?
So we were able to find a few grants that have one-story additions located in the side yards. I did not receive the foils back in time, so I cannot specify the exact footage from the property line to the addition, but we did find some grants which were submitted. And just based on looking at the aerials of the neighborhood, all of these properties, most of them are pretty much the same shape and size, but there is, a plethora of different, shapes and sizes in the neighborhood, with houses that just in general that are probably just CO'd this way, come close to the property line. No real parcel in this neighborhood really maintains probably what, other than the houses across the street, maybe really maintains what's required as per A1 zoning. And again, a lot of these, it's assumed that were built this way and CO'd this way as per maybe prior variances or, maybe later variances or before that particular zone. But nonetheless, it doesn't seem out of character for the neighborhood. And I truly don't think this would be a detriment to the neighborhood.
I'm on Google Maps and I'm trying to zoom in on that property. If you see that there are houses in the neighborhood that have, like I said, they have garages, and some are pretty close and some are pretty, far away from the fence line.
Right.
So how big is this garage going to be?
So the overall dimensions, because it actually, it comes out 10 feet from the existing garage and then goes back about 30 feet and then is basically an L shape that goes then back towards the east side of the house, towards the south line. So it's an L shape. So the overall dimensions are actually 19.33 by 29.83, but the front of the garage, which you'll see from the street, actually only goes out 10 feet in width, in addition to the existing garage.
Okay. Are there any, how many neighbors is there anything on paper that you're getting besides that one neighbor that was in favor of it?
We don't have any other correspondence from any neighbors. I personally have not received any phone calls with any inquiries from the neighbors. I haven't received any letters in writing other than what I read on the record. And I do not believe that Mr. DeRusso received any correspondence besides this particular letter, either both negative or positive.
Hmm.
I did not. I didn't realize that maybe you should get other views. I figured the only person that it would affect is my other neighbor that I'm building closer to.
Have you spoken to the neighbors, Amy?
No, I haven't spoke to them. Obviously, we.
Your mic is off.
All right, just, I'm sorry, Mr. Vito, just for the record, the other voice that we just heard was that of your client, Daniel DeRusso.
Yes.
Mr. DeRusso, if you could just, I just want to make sure the record is correct. So either before speaking, you can just indicate to us that it's Daniel DeRusso, or just wait for us to ask you to speak again, just so that the record is clear. Eventually, a stenographer will take this down, and they need to know where the voices are coming from. So I'm sorry, I just interrupted your response, Mr. Vito.
It's okay. So I don't remember what the question was. I'm so sorry. Mr. Wisdom, would you like to ask that question again?
I believe one of the questions were, are you hearing anything from the neighbors and that are against the application?
No, we have not
You
heard
had one,
any
right?
negative correspondence.
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Wisdom. Mr. Vega, may I ask, is there anyone wishing to speak on this application?
Mr. Chairman, I have no one wishing to speak on this.
And Ms. Riccardi, no further communication?
None.
Is there anything further from the board on the application? Mr. DeRusso, I want to give you an opportunity to say anything further that you want before asking the board for a motion.
Yes, I would just like to indicate that this is not a normal scenario. Normally, all the other houses in the neighborhood have actual backyards. The house that's going to be affected, 103, is got no backyard. It only, their backyard is their side yard, as you can see from the Google Earth picture, because that's
Yes.
their deck. So it's a little abnormal, you know, as far as layout of properties. So that's kind of why I don't want to build an external garage, because again, when they come out of their house, they're going to be looking at my garage, and I don't really want to do that to anybody.
Understood.
And if you look at the offset where I want to put my garage, it'll be way ahead of their house because their house is set way back, and there will be their garage in between our two. So basically the garage will be facing the driveway, their driveway. So it's not like they'll look out their window and see this monstrous addition.
All right, then. If there's nothing further from the board, I'll ask for a motion.
Chairman, the motion to close and hold.
Motion is by Mr. Wisdom to close and hold, second by, was it Mr. Bergson?
Yes.
Second by Mr. Bergson, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 4, Ruth Rocano, Carla Caraballo, and Lourdes Galarza, care of Woodhull Expediting, located on the northwest corner, Oakley Avenue and Canaan Drive, Patchogue. Applicant requests rear yard variance for existing above-ground swimming pool and pool deck.
Mr. Chair, I have Amy DeVito for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Vito, you're still with us, and you've been sworn.
Yes.
You're here for a rear yard for the pool and a pool deck. Looks like 11 feet on both, or it's maybe a little bit more for the deck. Is that right?
Yes, let me just go back to the survey. Which is MIA. Give me 1 second.
While we're doing that, Mr. Vega, can we see the aerial on this?
Yes, it's, so the pool is actually in line with the deck on that side, so they're both maintaining 11 feet. So for the record, Amy DeVito, Woodhull Expediting, 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777. My client erected the pool. It's actually one of those kind of, I guess you would call it temporary, I think they're called Intex pools, where you put them up and take them down each season. They're not really made to stay up all year round. He didn't actually think he needed a permit for that. And then further built a deck around it, which clearly needs a permit. I did submit some photos to Ms. Ricciardi for the board's review. We did find similar grants in the neighborhood for pools that are close to rear and side yards.
Well, is this an A1 zone?
This is a
Ms.
One.
Riccardi, yes, Ms. Riccardi says it is. So you're holding 11 where 15 feet is required, and it appears as though you are have undeveloped land behind you. In fact, it's a portion of Canyon Lake. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. There are old violations regarding the use of this residence. Mr. Doyle, were you able to identify what those were and whether any of them are still open? I'll note for the record. Looks like violation V062885, illegal garage apartment, V062032, illegal basement apartment, but they appear to go back to 2009, but in the applicant's names. Is there is there anything existing or ongoing with the with those violations?
Yes, so I was retained by this family, I guess about a year ago. We were actually before you as a board, I want to say about 6 months ago, to legalize some retaining walls that were pre-existing. And we are also going to be, and a shed. We are also going to be, as a matter of fact, I think we already submitted to the accessory apartment board. There is a finished basement. There's an apartment in it. We are working on getting on the accessory apartment board calendar. And then once we get through this process, as well as accessory apartments, we will then be applying for all necessary permits at the home to legalize it and obtain all required COs.
All right, I do notice that they are aged, and those conditions may no longer exist, but I've indicated those two violation numbers in addition to a complaint number 0901000290, which would be.
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
Mr. Doyle, yes?
There is an active violation from 2019 on the basement apartment.
Yeah.
And there also looks like there was another violation for the deck, but
the board's action here would resolve that.
yeah, I think they're here. That's why they're here. One of the reasons why they're here, because to comply.
All right, so Mr. Vito, the good news is that the applicant's moving forward with legalizing structures and uses, and we certainly appreciate that. Any action from this board will be conditioned upon the resolution of those, so you'll move from this board and you'll continue with accessory apartment boards to legalize whatever accessory apartment use that there is at the parcel.
Yes.
All right. Is there anything further from the board on the application? All right, I would move to grant the application as a type 2 action subject to the resolution of the violations and complaint number that were identified during the hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, and it's also subject to Chapter 81 of the code.
Second.
And that second is by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 5, Sean Keen, care of Woodhull Expediting. Property is located on the west side of Old Town Road, 257 feet south of Cedar Street, East Setauket. Applicant requests a height variance for proposed 27-foot high barn addition.
Mr. Chair, I have Amy DeVito for the applicant. I also have a speaker on the case.
Thank you. Ms. DeVito, your appearance for the record, please.
Amy DeVito, Woodhull Expediting, with offices at 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777.
Thank you, Mr. Vito. The request here is for a barn with a height of 27 feet where 18 feet is permitted. What did you want to tell the board?
Okay, so good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This property was actually certified under a CEU in July of 2019. The CEU included the 22 by 44 portion of the barn that you see on the survey, which is the part of the barn that's still standing. The portion that we are proposing to build actually existed many, many years ago, pre-1959, and would have been included on the CEU had it still been standing at that time. Unfortunately, that side of the barn was dilapidated and had to be removed in order for my client to obtain proper, I believe it was a refinance with a bank. So they enforced the removal of the unsafe building. With that said, we are here today proposing to renovate the existing barn as well as erect what once existed as the second half of the barn. And basically just repair it, renovate it, and then utilize it as part of the nursery, which is just next door to the property. We have found some similar grants located in the town of Brookhaven, some closer to the property, some a little bit further away, where these height variances were granted. And I did submit pictures of the barn to the board, to Ms. Ricciardi for the board to review.
Thank you, Mr. Vito. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha?
Good afternoon, Mr. Vito. How are you?
Good, how are you, Mr. Cunha?
Good, thank you. Okay, you said that this is part of also a nursery? Where is
Yeah,
it?
this property is located adjacent to Old Town Gardens. While the properties actually aren't merged by deed, it is owned under the same, family unit. And this barn will be utilized basically how it's always been utilized since it was built, which is to, store items related to the nursery, tools, overflow of stock, things of that nature.
Okay, and the concrete block foundation is on this survey that is 39 by 32.6. That is the old barn that was dilapidated, fell down, knocked down.
That's correct.
Okay, and the height of the barn is, why do we need the 27 feet?
So the existing barn right now, as it stands, is 27 feet. So the barn is just being rebuilt to be at the same height as the existing part of the barn. And I believe that the barn that is in question, or that side of the barn that fell down or was taken down after it was dilapidated, was 27 feet when it was standing. So we're just looking to bring it back to its original glory.
So you're actually connecting one barn with the other roof-wise. The ridges are going to connect. Is that what you're trying?
That's correct. I did submit a elevation to the board. I don't know if you have it there. I would be happy to hold it up.
Ms. Riccardi's holding it up right now, as I can see.
Okay.
Okay, I see what you're doing. All right, and the doors I'm looking at are facing the backyard, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And so this is for storage of nursery items, not animals?
No animals.
Okay. And when was the CO issued for the original barn, or the CEU?
The CEU is dated July 1st, 2019.
Okay, so fairly recent.
Yes.
Okay, and was the condition of the CEU to tear down the dilapidated barn?
No, from what I understand, that part of the barn was already removed, and from speaking with the applicant, I believe that was as a result of a bank that was involved with the property, I guess either by way of refinance, or I'm not entirely sure what the object was, or the purpose was, but nonetheless, they required that whatever was existing on that side be removed, because apparently it was an unsafe building and they didn't want it there.
Okay, and you are aware that the combination of both barns are over 2,000 square feet. That's what you're asking for. Is that correct?
Yeah, actually, we were only denied for height. Apparently, and I did check this with the building department, apparently there's no specific code that limits the size of a barn. I believe that there was kind of like procedure that limited the barn at one time, but it's not actually in the code. So we weren't denied for that.
Understood. Okay, that's what I was addressing. All right, so the height, you basically stated, it's to match ridge heights. Are there other barns in the area of this type and this?
Yes, we found a couple of approvals similar. They're not located immediately close to the area, but there is one in Miller Place that was granted for a height variance. There's two in Santa Mauritius that we found, one granted for 24.5 feet, another granted for 28 feet, and then lastly, one in Yaphank that was granted for 27 feet. I'm sure there's more, and we could have kept going, but we went back at least a couple of years, and that's what we found in our research.
Fantastic, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious,
Yes, Mr. Bergson.
would Mr. Vito, indicate the length of time that this area, this property's been operated as a nursery, farm nursery?
I think since before 1959 for sure. How far back before that, I'm not entirely sure.
You told, I wasn't looking for the, specific zoning date, but it's an extensive period of time that this has been operated
Yes.
as a nursery facility, correct?
That is correct, yes.
I'm sorry, I have nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? Mr. Vito, I am not familiar with this parcel. Tell us, the owner of the parcel you've brought in is Sean Keane. The neighboring parcel with the nursery on it, who is the title owner of that parcel?
The title owner of that parcel, if you give me just a moment. I know this was a parcel that was owned and operated by the Barella family for a long time. I will tell you the owner in just a moment. Okay, so the neighboring parcel is owned by OTR Farms LLC.
And is there any connection between this applicant, Sean Keane, and OTR Farms LLC?
To be honest, I don't know if Mr. Keane has any type of ownership interest in the LLC, but I do know that there is a family relation between the two parcels. I'm just not exactly sure what the lineage is.
Is the barn, the existing portion of the barn currently in use?
Yes, it's being used for storage right now. And it's also not in good repair, which is why they're renovating that side as well.
Storage of what?
All right, let's see. We have some pictures here. So it looks like he actually moved everything outside of the barn, because if you look at this photo here, it appears that some of the construction of the barn is actually on the floor now, because again, this is also a very old structure. I'll show you this picture as well. And these were submitted to Ms. Ricciardi.
All right, are those, and I'm not, I can't see them specifically, but you could certainly describe them. Are they nursery products from the adjoining property?
Absolutely.
And is there an agreement between the two owners to utilize that structure, either through a lease agreement or any other writing?
I'm not sure. I would have to ask and find out and then get back to the board.
The only reason why I ask is that the applicant seeks something very specific. It seeks relief for a barn, which, as you know, is defined under the code as for harboring of animals or the storage of farm or farm equipment. I understand that the use by the nursery of it to store items certainly would fall into that definition. I'm not hearing why 27 feet high is needed, although one side of it is 27 feet high. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what caused the applicant to come to us and want to rebuild. Is it through demand of the neighboring parcel owner or something else?
No, there's been no complaints that I'm aware of as far as, surrounding neighbors, but as far as the neighboring parcel, if you mean the nursery, they're just looking to kind of clean up that area of the property and just store things inside of the actual barn. Again, because this side of the barn that exists is actually also very old and falling apart, they're looking to rebuild that in kind. In addition to that, they want to rebuild the old side of the barn to be what it once was, which from what I understand was also at that ridge height. The particular...
What I'm seeing in your photographs, and I do have them in front of me now, is a bunch of pallets and boxes that look like they would hold pumpkins, but I'm not seeing anything of any specific height. I do see the original barn structure. While it's in disrepair, it certainly is, it looks like it was built some time ago and certainly has some character.
Mhm.
I'm concerned though, when you're using the term storage, if it was a storage structure only, it would not be considered or be called a barn, would not be subject to the same requirements under the code, and I'm trying to get a better feel for exactly what the intended use is. You realize that if you're requesting relief for height for a barn structure, that grant may come with some sort of limitation or covenant requiring it to be utilized solely for the housing of animals or the storage of farm equipment or materials. If there's any other intention, then whatever relief from this board you're asking for today would not assist the applicant in its use, because it would be violative of whatever requirement the board placed on it. So I just want to be sure that you did speak, you have a clear understanding of what the applicant's intended use is, and you have a clear understanding of the potential that, since it is a barn, you're requesting relief from the barn, therefore free from height, from square footage requirements, that the requested use is actually what the actual use will be.
So it's definitely not going to be for animals, that I can tell you for sure, but it is going to be used for storage of items related to the nursery / farm that the property is located on. There is no intended use, any covenants that you, as the board, would set forth as far as no habitable space or and anything like that, but my client would be more than agreeable to. That is not his intention at all. He just wants to utilize the area in the garage to store the items, which he can't put anywhere but inside this barn, because there's no other building on the property to put it there. And that would include farm equipment, agricultural materials, stock related to, the property, as far as items such as for sale, like flower pots, maybe extra, mulch and things like that, seasonal items. So it will definitely be used in relation to what the purpose of this property is used for. And
Thank you for making that more particular. I appreciate that. Is there anything further from the board on the application?
Mr. Chair, I just have one question.
Mr. Cunha, yes.
Amy, the CEU, does it specifically state the barn that exists it states it or calls it out as a barn?
Yes. So the CEU specifically says, it says a couple of other things, but it then says 22.1 by 44.4 foot barn.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board?
Mr.
Does the board
Chair,
have a motion?
I have.
Of course.
I'm sorry. I will take the correspondence first, and then you can promote the speaker as that's ongoing.
Okay, I have an email from Masyul and Famina Khan of 366 Old Town Road. We are close neighbors with this variance seeking property, and we do formally object to this variance. This is a residential zone, and variance with excessive height and commercial activity will negatively impact our property value on the neighborhood and on the environment. Commercial activity will increase noise and traffic. This property is close to Melville High School and Setauket Woods Nature Preserve. We would request the zoning board to review the validity of the existing commercial activities are being continued within the residential zone. We therefore request the zoning board to reject this variance. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Vega, were you able to promote a speaker?
Mr. Chair, I have Masyul Khan.
All right. Mr. Khan, we can see you. Can you? You've unmuted yourself. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Very good. Let me ask you to please give your attention to the board's attorney, John Doyle, who will swear you in.
I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. I want you to know, and I hope that you were able to hear, that we just read the written communication that you forwarded the board into the record, and we have that before us. What additional comment did you have for us?
I don't have any additional comments. So I think my concern is it's a residential area, and this excessive height with the barn and this commercial activities will impact in the neighborhood, including my property value and on the environment. So that is my concern.
Thank you, sir. And I failed to ask you just your name and address, please.
Masyul Khan, 366 Old Town Road, East Setauket, New York, 11733.
And in relation to this parcel, sir, where do you live?
I live If you see on the aerial photo, the last house.
The last house behind this residence?
Yes, this is the
All
one.
right,
Yeah,
so this would look like a 3-lot flag lot, and you are the one to the rear. Is that correct?
that's correct.
All right. Thank you very much, sir, for coming out. Questions or comments for Mr. Khan? Thank you, sir. Ms. DeVito, was there anything final on behalf of the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, just that, this parcel has been used this way, both this parcel and the adjoining parcel for many, many years. Nothing is changing as far as the use. They keep a very, very meticulous property. It's really a lovely, nursery and property in general, both of them. As far as the height of the barn, we are not requesting anything higher than what already exists, although we are, proposing to make it larger. But again, I just want to remind the board that this barn, at one time, the half that we are discussing today, did exist at one time, and we are now more or less rebuilding it. And unfortunately, because it didn't exist at the time of the CEU application, it could not be included as part of the CEU application.
Thank you. Mr. Vito, can I ask you, at one time, was the commercial use nursery in this parcel one and the same parcel merged?
It was merged at one point because, as a matter of fact, when I originally requested the updated survey for this parcel, the surveyor gave me a survey for the overall parcel. I then realized in looking at GIS that it was two separate parcels, so he amended it. And I believe historically it may have been merged. I think and I wasn't involved in this, but I think that as part of the flag lot subdivision and the sale of another tract of land that was to the south of the property, this subdivision may have occurred. Although I'm not positive, I would have to research that a little bit further.
All right. And the zoning on this parcel is a residential zoning? Is it A1?
It is A1, A5.
It's an A5. And
A5.
what about the commercial use parcel where the nursery is? Do you know the zoning of that parcel?
I could look it up very quickly, but I could tell you that I have a CO from or a C of C from 1990 that looks to be related to that adjacent parcel for a 40-foot by 60-foot farm stand. There may be more certificates related to that property. I just don't have them in my file.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we certainly have records to indicate either way. I appreciate your offering to check it for us, though. Is there anything further from the board on the application?
Mr. Chair, one further question, please.
Mr. Cunha.
Mr. Vito, I was just curious as to if that's a commercial operation next door, are there any other commercial operations along Old Town Road that you know
of? Not until you get further towards Route 347, Nesconset Highway. And then there is, no, not in the immediate vicinity, not within 500 feet, I'll say. Other than the Ward Melville High School, which I don't know what kind of use you guys would categorize that as.
Okay, but that's actually two parcels to the south, I'm assuming, of that parcel. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that's what the parking lot area is there. And then we have condominiums next door as well. Is that
Yes,
correct?
and I believe, yes, that's correct. And I believe that condominium, that tract of land, that was actually at one time part of the whole Barella farm. And that was sold off, I think in the 90s, I'm not entirely sure, and then developed as the condominium development, maybe earlier.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to close and hold.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha to close and hold, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 6, Christina Pica, 39 Dorothy Street, Port Jefferson Station. Property is located on the west side of Dorothy Street, 518 feet north of May Road, Port Jefferson Station. Applicant requests rear yard and side yard variances for proposed in-ground swimming pool.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Vega.
I have Nancy Lang for the applicant.
Thank you. I see here, I don't have audio
I
yet.
also have the applicant, Christine Pica.
Thank you. Ms. Lang, we can see you. Are you able to
Hi.
hear us? I just hear you now. You've muted
Yes.
yourself. Now you're back. Yes.
Okay.
It looks like your client is here, Christina Pica. Did you wish Ms. Pica to participate with you in your
Yes, I will
presentation?
present, and if she could also be called in if there was anything that she wanted to add.
All right, Ms. Pica, you don't have your audio or your microphone on. So when and if you want to participate, if you could just put those on, then we can bring you up. But Ms. Lang, let's just start with having you sworn by the board's attorney.
Sure.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
All right, then your appearance for the record, please.
Yes, hi, my name is Nancy Lang with Long Island Pool and Patio, 543 Middle Country Road, Coram.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. We see you're here for setbacks for a proposed pool. What did you want to tell the board?
Yeah, I'll start off with a bit of history of this property. The homeowners purchased this house approximately 10 years ago with the yard already fenced. They thought it was perfect and safe for their young growing family. So we fast forward 10 years later and they decide to put in a pool for their family of 6. All the while, they assumed that the fencing was on their property line. And when they signed contract to install the pool, they were instructed to obtain a current survey. When they received the survey, to their surprise, they found that the fencing in the rear graduated from 11 to almost 20 feet past their property line, property that they assumed was theirs. Locating the pool on the easterly side of the yard was almost impossible with the large deck on that side. So this forced them to design the pool at its proposed location, which requires the variance that we're here for today. I have submitted some photos of their yard and a letter from their neighbor at number 37 Dorothy, Jeff and Stacy Nosenchuk, who shares the side property line. They also share in their excitement for the Pica family, and to paraphrase their letter, they have no objections to the pool being located 8 feet from this shared lot line. And I can read the entire letter for the record if you wish. The adjoining property to the rear is owned by the County of Suffolk, and this pool will not be intrusive to the vacant and undisturbed land behind them. And my research found that there's many in-ground pools in this neighborhood holding similar setbacks, and I've submitted a few cases that have been granted supporting this. And the pools are common in the area. Our request is not substantial, and it's posing no negative impact on any adjacent properties. There is a side note that the homeowner is aware that the fencing obviously will need to be moved or removed from where it is now, as well as the 8x8 shed shown on the survey, and they will be conforming to the town codes. Thank you for your consideration, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mrs.
Pleasure.
Charles.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Studying this before this presentation, I noted that there was this discrepancy with respects to the fencing and the rock fence. I'm sure it looks wonderful. But then it was bound in one of my questions, but I believe you've answered it. It is the owner's intent to conform with the zoning ordinance and abandon that and remove and replace the fencing.
Yes, they are aware of it, and it was sad for them, but they will be conforming.
Yes, it's rather unfortunate. So then we go back and say, well, we put the fence back on the property line, and therefore we have this request for the variances of 8 feet rear and 8 feet side, or whatever it is, notwithstanding that the property behind them is formerly the County of Suffolk. No other consideration in any other place, even if it was put on the easterly side of the property. The only other question is, would your client ever consider making the pool somewhat smaller?
It's a possibility. You know, he says ideally he would like to keep it at that size. They do have a large family, and with a large family brings lots of friends, etc. So they were hoping to keep it at the size that they proposed.
Well, notwithstanding the family situation and friends, let's just keep it amongst the family. I can understand that. Would you say that they had 6 children?
I believe they said they have 4 children, and
Okay.
that makes them a family of 6.
Yeah, there you go. Their number 6 was in there someplace.
Yes.
And then the filter heater, the filter and the heater. Any chance of getting those, the proximity to the pool closer?
That I'm sure can happen. Yes.
Well, I would recommend that. And at the same time, do you know what is the energy used for the heater? Is it a propane tank or gas or what? Or is it
They are, I want to say it's an electric heat pump. Yes, I'm sorry. It's an electric heat pump, so no gas.
okay? That was one of the other concerns with regards to an exhaust and so forth.
No.
We
So-
do, for the record, note that Ms. Pika just indicated electric in the chat function of the program, but we'll pull Ms. Pika up also. Mr. Lazaru, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's all right. Go right ahead. If Ms. Pika is going to be called to make some comments, I would like to hear her comments before I render a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lazaru. Ms. Pika, we see that you are you're present, although you haven't come out with a video. Did you wish to speak? You can answer that question with the chat function, or tell us directly by putting your camera on. Mr. Yes, sir, we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
Hi, how are you? I'm Mr. Pika. I'm Christina's husband.
Very good, sir.
Let's.
I'm going to start by just asking you to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn.
Sure.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And sir, your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Oscar, and my last name is Pika, P-I-C-A.
Thank you, sir. And your address is 39 Dorothy Street in Port Jeff Station.
Correct.
All right. And what did you want to add to this conversation about your pool?
Nothing. The size, like if it's an issue with the size, are we willing to get 2 feet out of the pool? I think it's 18 by 36. I believe it is. That's what we want to do.
I do, for the record, I am hearing a lot of background noise. So if anyone is not speaking, if you can mute yourself, Mr. Pika, if that's coming from your home, if you could just quiet things down. Your survey shows us, and I think Ms. Lang will confirm with you, that the proposed pool is 20 by 34.
Correct.
All right.
If it's an issue and I'm not get the 8 feet, I'm willing to go 16 by 34 or 16 by 30. What was it? 32.
We see that you have flexibility with the dimension of the pool, sir. We appreciate that
I
very much.
really rather have it, the size that I agree with the,
Thank you. Mr. Lazaru, let me let you continue if you wish.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I see that they're willing to do, Mr. Pika is willing to downsize it slightly. But I think it's more important just to make them understand that approval of or granting this application, this variance for the application, must include, of course, the moving of the fence and whatever it is back to where it should be on the property line, and more proximity of the filter and the heater to the pool. So on the basis of that, I make a motion to grant this application with the proviso or the covenant or whatever it is, the defense and anything belonging to this property, off property, should be remained within the property line as is possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lusser. That motion then is to grant the application as presented, but with the condition that the fence and the shed be moved to conform to property lines and code setbacks.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Seconded by Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further? I mean, all in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Then the motion carries. Mr. Pika, thank you very much for attending with us. Ms. Lang, thank you very much. If
Thank
there's
you.
any questions concerning our motion, Mr. Pika, which I think is generally good, you can speak directly to Ms. Lang. Thank you very much for coming out today.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Case number 7, Richard Goslin, care of Tracy's Permits, 80 Terry Street, Patchogue. Properties located on the southwest corner, Linden Avenue and Corbin Avenue, Shirley. Applicant requests rear yard variance for existing one-story residence addition, front yard setback variance from Linden Avenue for proposed in-ground swimming pool located in the required front yard, not permitted.
Mr. Chair, I have Tracy Rivera for the applicant.
Ms. Rivera, we see you. Are you able to hear us? It looks like you're muted.
Sorry about that.
No problem. We are able to see you now. That's great. If you could just give your attention to the board's attorney, please.
Yes.
Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, to help you.
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Rivera, let's start with your appearance for the record, please.
Tracy Rivera, agent for the applicant. Property address located 80 Terry Street, Patchogue, New York, 11772.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. The board sees that you're here for a proposed pool and setback addition for an existing addition to the home. What would you like to tell us specifically?
Yeah, so I'm here representing Mr. and Mrs. Goslin, property located at 40 Corbin Avenue, Shirley, New York. They have a corner parcel on Corbin and Linden. It's a residential property used as a single-family home, and we're here before the board to legalize an existing rear addition, which is leaving us a 45-foot rear yard setback where 60 is required. We're encroaching into the rear yard an additional 13 feet and looking to just legalize this den. We're also looking to propose a 20 by 40 in-ground pool on the second front yard off Linden Avenue. You can see by the application that we're still maintaining the 20-foot setback, which is required by pools. We're just here because of the location of where the pool is going to be. I've submitted some pictures with the application to show you that it's heavily vegetated, it's set back. An application to have a in-ground pool in a second front yard is not uncommon. We're not looking to encroach any closer to the street than what need be. The reason for the proposed location for this in-ground pool is due to the way that the property tapers off behind the addition, and I was informed that there's some abandoned wells that were behind there, some kind of, I don't know if it was dry well or a drinking well. So for them to put the pool more towards the back of the house would be a much more greater cost that they would have to endure. So, and that's it. I submitted some aerials that'll show you that it's a common application. 45-foot rear yard setback is not uncommon in the area. This happens to be a larger parcel for the Shirley area. There's a lot of homes in the area that are developed on substandard size lots, 50-foot wide lots, 60-foot wide lots, 100 by 100s. This is kind of a larger parcel, so making it therefore more than common, the setbacks that we're requesting. I'll answer any questions the board may have at this time.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bergson.
Hi, Tracy.
Hi, Howie. Mr.
So, you know as well as anyone that we grant a lot of variances for pools in front yards with for houses that have two front yards similar to this. I mean, in terms of essentially a corner lot.
Correct.
But usually there's the more specific and logistical reasons why it has to be there, why it's better to be there. Because of here you're holding at least 45 feet. There's significant room here for a pool. It doesn't have to go into a front yard bordering Linden Avenue. Now I recognize you're holding 20 feet. Is that 20 feet to the property line, or is that 20 feet to the fence, or is that 20 feet to the road?
20 feet to the 20 feet to the property line, and as I had discussed earlier, the topography on the rear part of the parcel where that addition is, and the fact that there are some wells back there, it would be such we're talking at least a $10,000 cost difference by the time they have to regrade the property, do abandonments. Hence why we're proposing it over in that location. We can move it a little closer to the house if you want something greater than 20 feet, but we're really trying to stay with that, so this way they don't have to endure a greater cost. I mean, as you see a lot of applications coming before you, people are really trying to beautify their homes and stay home more, especially when they have families and, they have children. So they're trying to just take full advantage of their backyard without it costing them more than what it already is going to.
No, well, we all appreciate that, and it's true. It's just ordinarily we hear more of a justification, specific justification for the location of the pool. I don't have any problem with the extension. A, it's there. B, you're holding 45 feet on it. Well, I've already said what I had to say, so I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha?
Tracy, you
Yes.
referenced the topography of the property. What's the issue?
It tapers off. The highest level would be more in the back far left or back far south corner, and then it kind of gradually slopes down into Linden. And so there'd have to be a regrading issue that they had someone come out. I'm not even really sure pool company they came out, but there would be a regrading issue in the backyard. So now you're talking sod. And the fact that there are some, like I said, abandoned dry wells, or there was some kind of wells of some sort that are in the rear of the property, and then they'd have to be digged up. So we're talking a much greater cost for them to, put this in-ground pool. That's why we proposed to put it in this location. The wells were there prior to them purchasing the property, so therefore it's not a self-created hardship, and it's not uncommon for the board to grant applications with pools and second front yards. We are keeping at least the same setback that the zone requires at 20 feet. And if we do have to move it a little closer to the house, it's not a visual impactment. You're not going to see it. I submitted some pictures, and it's definitely a common application the board has approved.
Okay, I just wanted to know the actual topography issues, and this is just for future reference. It would be very helpful for us as the board to actually have either topos or at least spot elevations next time that's under consideration. At least it will help us actually make a decision with regard to that. Also, wells and things, underground structures like that may be located or at least approximated. All right, thank you very much. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lazaru?
What is the size of that pool?
We're looking to do a 20 by 40, which is a common in-ground size pool.
I see.
20 feet wide, which would be 20 feet off the corner of that property that would encroach into Linden Avenue.
Right. And I'm echoing a concern by Mr. Cunha. It would be good to have spot elevations or topography to more explain and understand why it is a hardship not to move this pool or relocate it. As far as the wells, they should have been located, that's fine. Perhaps we could ask, yes, we have done these kinds of approvals based on past approvals with front yards, but I think more information would be more in keeping so that we can make a justification that we've done this in the past. But nonetheless, I'm concerned about the fact that it should be moved closer to the house, with all due respect, Mr. Bergson.
Well, we don't have any, we can move it closer to the house if you want us to move it closer to the house and further away from Linden. Would you rather us have like a 25 or 30 foot? Well, if 30 foot would be too close, then we'd be on top of the house. We can still do at least a 25 foot setback off Linden Avenue.
I would take that up with Mr. Bergson.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lazaru. I'm not sure what additional comment Mr. Bergson has, if any.
Well, I'm not sure what is being suggested. Moving it closer to the house with the same orientation or changing the orientation?
We can move it closer to the house with keeping the same orientation and just have a further setback from Linden Avenue. I mean, anywhere back from that corner foundation straight back is going to be considered the second front yard.
No, I
So if
understand.
you
but
want
I'm
us to move it
curious what
closer.
I was just curious what you were suggesting, that's all, just to make it clear.
Yeah. I mean, if you
Okay.
want us to go closer to the house, we can. And in the event that they're too close and they need an engineer's letter, then then they'll get an engineer's letter. I would hate to see them have to do an extra expense once again with now having to go back with the surveying and doing show elevations and I'm just trying to keep their expenses down. That's all.
I understand. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? Tracy, this is a half-acre parcel,
Yes.
163 feet in length, 131 feet in depth. Certainly, there's a little bit of a curve off of the Linden Avenue side. It's quite a large parcel, and what the applicant is showing us is that they don't want the pool behind the house. They want to put it in an area where they don't use it that much. They don't use that much, and it's unfortunately considered a front yard. That's why you're here. So
Correct.
I think that the board members are quite correct in wanting to ask questions about this application. And I think
Absolutely.
that you've seen in the past, and I'm not sure why you didn't bring it out for us to look at first, but you've seen in the past where if the applicant is asserting that a condition of the parcel affects the placement of the pool or the orientation of the pool, that the survey should indicate to us. Survey done by a surveyor, not within your hands. So I would be happy to consider and have the board consider dry wells and grading. If the applicant wishes to submit to us a revised survey, giving us grading and locating and identifying those objects that the applicant considers to be obstacles to placing this pool within code requirements, which the applicant can do on this parcel, no doubt. So did you want time to do that?
Yeah, so yes, because I'll discuss it with the owners.
Understand what the board members have questioned you about. They've questioned you about the orientation of the pool, the length being along Linden Avenue. And they've also questioned why the pool cannot go into a conforming location. On a half-acre parcel, those are difficult responses if you're not very specific with support. And I didn't hear anything other than there's possibly abandoned wells and they would have to do some regrading, and you pulled a $10,000 number out of the air, and that's not sufficient for the type of relief that you're requesting. So I'm going to ask the board for a motion to hold over until November 4. I expect to see a revised survey indicating all of those items for us that you wish us to consider in support for this type of request. Fair enough?
Move.
Okay.
Motion by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Case number 8, Dan Wallenstein, care of Jennifer Leeds, P.O. Box 150, Corinth. Properties located on the southeast corner, Fire Island Boulevard and Pine Walk, Fire Island Pines. Applicant requests rear yard variances for existing shed, existing roof deck with stairs, and existing arbor. Height variances for existing 10-foot high fence. Not permitted, existing 6-foot high fence located in the front yard, Fire Island Boulevard, and existing 6-foot to 7-foot high fence located in the front yard on Pine Walk, not permitted.
Mr. Chair, I have Jennifer Leeds for the applicant.
Thank you. Ms. Leeds, we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Could you just please give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn?
Ms. Ware, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Leeds. Let's start with your appearance for the record.
Jennifer Leeds, 134 Sequoia Drive, Coram, New York.
Thank you very much. You are here as applicant's representative.
That's correct.
All right. There's a number of variances requested here. Why don't you take the time to go through them for the board?
Okay, Dan is selling his home at 181 Pine Walk. He is, the new owners are under contract, so when they went to go to the bank, they realized there was structures that didn't have the proper COs. So the owner has stated that the roof deck, the shed, and the arbor were all approximately built around 1999, 2000 without permits. They require rear yard variances. You need to have 20. He's got the deck at 17, the shed at 17, sorry, and the deck at 14. The fences that go around the property, he's unsure if the rear yard fence, the 10-foot, is his, but I told him it's on his property. It looks like by a foot. So, you know, we're coming here anyway. He might as well just legalize it. It's going to cause issues in the end, or he'd have to, you know, contact the neighbor and ask them to move it to their property. So he agreed to just put it on his application. It's a lattice fence. It looks like it's approximately, I was there, I think the lattice looks about maybe 6 feet high. And then there's wire on top of it. The property does slope down from the south heading north. It's very wooded. You can barely see that fence on his side. And that's really it, if the board has any questions.
Thank you. Before giving it to the board, I will tell you that we have a certain written communication on this application, first from National Park Service indicating no objection to the relief requested by the applicant, and secondly by the Fire Island Pines Property Owners Association Zoning Advisory Committee, signed off by Gregory Henniger, dated October 7, 2020, wherein the board's advised that the Zoning Advisory Committee has reviewed the information and the survey sent to us for the above application for rear yard setback variances in connection with an existing shed, roof deck, and arbor, and height variances for existing fencing at the above referenced property. We note that lot coverage is within permissible limit, and it is our understanding that no objections to this application have been raised by neighboring homeowners, and as a result, they indicate they have no objection to the application. I've made these part of the record. In addition, I'll note that we have indication of tickets having been issued in 2014 for a rebuilt or resurfaced deck without permit. Obviously, the board's action here would resolve that violation. Mr. Doyle, I don't know whether you have anything pending in district court on this issue.
No, they had nothing pending in district court on our.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. So with that being said, Ms. Leeds, I'll give it to the board for questions. Questions from the board.
Chair.
Mr. Wisdom.
So there are no objections from anybody in the surrounding area?
No, I got one phone call and the neighbor thought it was a different property. So he had no problems with this. He lived directly across the street from here. He thought it was an adjacent property. Other than that, I have not heard from anyone.
So, and there are no violations or anything like that on the house or all?
There's the one violation. Many years ago, there was a resurfaced deck done without the proper permit, and I have included it on this application.
So the permit has already been satisfied?
No, it'll be on the same permit as all of these existing structures.
Okay.
It's listed on my denial, but it just didn't require a variance, so.
Okay. Was there a fine attached to it?
I'm unsure. The homeowner is not well. I've been discussing everything through his attorney.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Wisdom. Ms. Leeds, the board is familiar with this area of Fire Island and this community, Fire Island Pines. in terms of the accessory structures, we see that their setback requests are common to the area. Even the request for 6-foot fence in the front yard is certainly in line with the board's prior actions. What concerned me about the application only is the 10-foot fence to the rear. And during your presentation, you actually explained that it's a 6-foot fence that has wire above it that goes for another 4 foot.
Right,
And,
I included pictures.
And
if you
that's
look-
basically wire deer fence that you can see through.
Yes, oh, yes, yep.
All right, and if you have no objection on behalf of the applicant, if this board was to move forward with the application, I would like to grant the state that it was approved for a 6-foot fence on that easterly property line with a 4-foot wire deer fence above, as opposed to a 10-foot fence that, as you know, could
Yes.
be replaced with a 10-foot wall because the code
Right.
considers them one and the same. There's no objection to that, is there?
No, that's correct. That's the correct height.
So the board's action would allow what exists, but be more specific with what it was granting.
Okay, that's
All right.
fine.
Is there anything further from the board on the application? Mr. Cordy, are we subject to any other portion of the code? We are not. Mr. Vega, do we have anyone else wishing to speak?
Mr. Chairman, we have no other speakers.
All right, then. I'll ask the board if there is a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to grant that application with all the stipulations we have spoken about on this application.
Thank you. And that would be as a type 2 action. That motion by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Thank
Mr.
you. Thank you.
Case number 12, Jeremiah Dalton, 23 Glen Drive, Sound Beach. Property is located on the east side of Glen Drive, 345 feet south of Shore Drive, not open, Sound Beach. Applicant requests permission for existing first and second story residence additions, front yard setback variances for second existing one-story residence addition and for existing deck, side yard variances for existing shed located in the required side yards and for existing cellar entrance exceeding the 5-foot permitted encroachment, 6 feet.
Mr. Chair, I have Anthony Matola for the applicant.
Thank you.
Hear me?
Mr. Matola, good evening to you, or good afternoon to you.
How are you?
We are good. Still no public hearings in the auditorium. I know you're looking forward to those. Let's start with your appearance for the record, please.
Anthony Matola, PO Box 567, Rocky Point, New York, agent for the applicant.
Thank you. And I'm just going to ask you, oh, I should have had you sworn first. Why don't we do that now?
Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
All right, then you've given us your appearance. There are a number of structures for which variances are sought. Why don't you go through them slowly for us?
You got it. All right. So my client just recently purchased this house. All these structures were on the 2001 aerial. They've been there for probably more than 20 years. There's a CO for the second story addition from 1989. So somewhere between 89 and 2001, they were all built. My client obviously did not build them. If you look at the aerial around the Sound Beach area, I mean, there's a bunch of 60-foot width yard properties. It all conforms. There are second stories. Basically what it looks like, what happened was that they just squared off the house, both on the bottom and the top.
All right. In terms of the relief request, you mentioned there's a CO for the second story structure. You mean there's a permit for the second story structure? What exactly would you?
The front of it is original second story CO, which I have, and it's written on the survey, as you can see.
So the relief is only for the rear portion of the second story?
Yes.
And that's 22 by 24?
Yes.
In addition, there's two one-story additions, one 3 by 14, which is I guess, fills in that back piece
That back piece.
on the first floor, and
Yep.
also one in the front, 3 by 24.
Yep, and that's only 1 story, that 3 foot.
And in addition to that, you're showing us relief for the wood deck in the front and also the shed that's technically in the side yard. Am I
Yes.
seeing that right?
Yes.
in
And I
term-
looked on, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I did look on the GIS aerials, and all these structures have been there since 2001, and probably even before, some point between 89 and 2000.
In terms of the size of the parcel, it is modest in size. It's maybe 100 deep, but what is its width in the front?
60.
It's 60. So as a result, the structures are closer to property lines. When it comes to that rear yard shed, I'm sorry, the shed in the side yard, it's considered side yard only because the front portion of it just clips the rear line foundation of the house. Otherwise, it'd be considered the rear yard.
Yes, and I just want to state for the record too, I mean, all the houses across the street on Glen Drive are all within 8 to 10 feet of each other. I mean, there's definitely more of a setback on the subject property.
You are holding only about 18 feet to that wood deck in the front. Tell us how that compares to this neighborhood.
There are other decks in the area as well. There's no site hindrance whatsoever. And like I said, all the properties, it's all scattered in this area. There's 60 footers, there's 40 footers, there's 50 footers, there's 80 footers.
And in terms of that setback distance of 18 feet, are there other situations similar to
There
that?
is on Glen Drive, closer to the water. It's almost like a dead end road. There's the water right to the north.
Yes. All right. The outside entrance was built forward toward the front foundation of the house. What is that leading to?
That leads to an unfinished basement. It's just a Bilco door.
All right. And the applicant is what, in the process of selling or just trying to legalize all structures?
It will be on the market by the end of October. They're just doing some new siding to it and painting and flooring.
All right. Thank you. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented, type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha. I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Minton.
Have a good day.
Case number 13, Adrian and Brian Browning, 18 Haleside Drive, Sound Beach. Property is located on the west side of Haleside Drive, 198 feet south of Ronkonkoma Drive, Sound Beach. Applicant requests side yard and height variances for proposed 16-foot high, 720 square foot detached garage with attached carport located in the required side yard.
Mr. Chair, I have Jennifer Leeds for the applicant.
Thank you. Ms. Leeds, I see you returning. I don't have video or audio yet. There we are. Are you able to hear us again?
Yes, now I can.
All right. You've previously been sworn. Can we have your appearance, though, for the record on this application?
Jennifer Leeds, 134 Sequoia Drive, Quorum, New York.
Thank you, Ms. Leeds. You are here on behalf of the applicant concerning a request for a detached garage and carport. What would you like to tell us specifically?
Yes. My clients, the Brownings, are proposing to construct a 2-car detached garage located in their side yard. They have very large trees that have been there prior to the purchase of the home. Beautiful trees. I sent in pictures. They're a little closer to the home. And there's also a septic system that is just to the south of the house on the front lawn. So they were trying to get past those 2 large trees and then propose the garage on the other side. They did go over to the neighbor at 12 Haleside Drive, Rosanna McGrath, and she did agree to the location, and she sent a letter of support that I submitted to the board. The reason for the size of the detached garage is the owner, Brian, he has an old car that he's restoring right now, and lots of tools. They have dirt bikes for the kids, all sorts of lawn equipment, snow blowers, So they plan to store all of that in this garage. They're asking for 2 additional feet in height for 16 feet because he wants to put a car lift in there. The road is very narrow, and Mrs. Browning wanted me to bring up the fact that she has had several accidents on her property, and one car actually landed on the front lawn and crashed into one of those large trees on the lawn. She said her street is a cut through and it's not safe to park on the street. The reason she wanted to bring this up is because she wants to still keep her original driveway on the far north of her house as well. If company comes, things like that, there's no street parking right now. I did try to take a picture so you could see the road. I don't know how well I did that. I don't really, you know what? I don't see it in this group. I had stood in the street when a car was coming and tried to take a picture to show you the width. There are other homes in the area that have detached garages. I did put in foils to the Board of Zoning Appeals, and Jerry came back with answers on all of them, and none of them had gone for a variance. But many homes in that area are older, and I felt that driving around looking, those garages looked like they had been, you know, there maybe the 50s, the 60s. So other than that, I just wanted to make one correction on the BZA application. Just for the record, I did state no when it asked the question number 7 if there were other variances for this home. And they did come to the board in 2008 they applied for an addition to the existing home. When they bought the house, it was much smaller. And then
Thank you.
that's it.
Thank you very much. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha?
Good afternoon, Jen. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Quite well, thank you. Okay, let's start with the asphalt driveway that exists now. Does that lead to a garage under or a side entry garage or nothing?
No garage in that house. All it is straight up the side, and then right there is the gate into the backyard, and there is an outdoor cellar entrance right there as well at the top part of that asphalt driveway.
Okay, and I'm assuming that the manhole depicted on the survey is actually the cover to the septic tank. It's the MH. Is that correct?
That's correct. Right.
Well, at least thank you for at least having that located. The proposed garage at 16 feet, you said is for a lift. Is that correct?
That's correct. I included the pictures of the old car he's restoring with his father that he'd like to have in that garage on his property.
Okay, and the extra 120 feet, is that because of having the ability to walk around the lift? Is that correct?
That's correct. And then on the other side, he'll have storage. There's no heat, no plumbing. There'll be no storage above.
Okay, and why the proposed carport, if you don't mind me asking? And obviously, it's only going to have poles, I'm assuming, supporting the roof, no walls?
That's right. It's just an overhang. Just because, you know, with the snowy winters, he wanted to park his car under, and he was planning on parking the car over there. And with the large trees, I don't know if you live in a wooded area, but I do. And the acorns come down, and you know, really it was just to, you know, to have a little safety net for his truck.
Okay, so a little protection area, and the garage
Right.
is going to be his play area. Got it. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
No, I have a letter.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Riccardi has written communication.
I have an email from Jasmine Farrell. This correspondence serves as an objection to the permit for the variance proposed on the property. I am objecting for the following reasons. 1, inadequate notification for said hearing. 2, unable to retain legal counsel regarding this matter. Inability to thoroughly examine, research whether the change in use from granting the variance will alter the essential character of the neighborhood. Legal advisement is required. The change in use will negatively affect the neighborhood's property values. The scale of the project is extensive and grossly exceeds zoning requirements, and the change in use, which does not meet zoning ordinance, is not desired. And that's all she has to write. She's at 18 Halesite Drive. No, I'm sorry, that's the applicant's address. She didn't leave her address.
I did not get any correspondence from her.
Can I see that?
And I'm looking for the last name Farrell on my list. What was her address?
I don't believe she put it in her email.
It just doesn't sound like it's for my property. It says change of zone, and I don't know. It just doesn't.
Yeah, we have Jasmine Farrell only with an email address, no land address regarding
I'm not
survey
sure it's-
18 Halesite Drive. Adrian
I
and
don't
Brian
have a
Brown.
Farrell on my list from the assessor. There's no Farrell on here.
All right.
She
Thank you.
was one of the people in the participants earlier, and she disappeared.
Mr. Vega, do you see Ms. Farrell any longer?
No.
As an attendee? No. All right, then, Ms. Leeds, you can respond to that, certainly.
Okay.
If you wish.
It doesn't sound like it's for my case. It was talking about a change of zone and a substantial variance.
It was because I've had conversations with her in the office too
Oh.
about the,
Okay.
and she did get a copy of the application and survey.
It was
emailed
definitely
to her.
about your case.
Yeah.
It appears as though she filed a FOIL request with the office and even referenced the applicant and this address on her email to the office. So while we would normally like to see an address of the person,
Yeah.
especially placing an objection,
Right.
it certainly does apply to this application.
Yeah, she is on the list of names and addresses,
Huh.
Jasmine Hughes and Jeffrey Farrell.
So then for the record, what is her address?
The address is 17 Block Island Drive, Sound Beach.
All right, so that would be, Block Island is just to the
The road,
west.
yeah, adjacent from them.
It's a street to the west of this,
Right.
this one.
Okay.
All right, but
I
in
will
terms of,
say that my client, the rear of her property, if you look in my pictures, she has trees that block the rear of her property that she planted many, many years ago. They're not arborvitaes. I don't know the name of them, but if you look at the one side yard, this one, that goes along the entire back of her property. So it would not be in view of anyone along that street, Block Island Drive. There's no way they could see it through those tremendous trees. They must go 20 feet high. They're very big. With that said, as much as there wasn't variances in the area, because I tried to find some, I will say that 349 North Country Road, 1 Halesite Drive, have very large detached garages. 1 Halesite Drive, which is a few houses down from her, it even looks like it has 2 stories. But again, I did note that these looked like they were from the 60s, maybe early 70s. They were older garages, but they were very large.
all right then, thank you very much, Ms. Leeds. I just, on the note, just as a note regarding the request to maintain the existing driveway, the board does not have that power. You really should get permission from
Right, from highway.
from highway. In terms of the request for a second driveway, what our decision, if it is favorable, will say is subject to the removal of the existing or obtaining permission from highway for the second curb cut. So that if you can get it, then the existing driveway stays, and if you can't, if they disapprove it, then the existing driveway disappears. Jen, do you follow that?
Yes.
All right. So then in terms of the application, I don't think we have anything further. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented, also subject to obtaining permission for the second driveway or curb cut from the town of Brookhaven Highway Department.
Second.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Case number 14, Glenn LaVecchia, 64 Middle Island, Yaphank Road, Middle Island. Property is located on the north side, right-of-way, 235 feet west of Yaphank Road, Middle Island. Applicant requests front yard setback variances for existing one-story residence addition and existing cantilever. Also height variance for existing 6-foot-high fence located in the front yard.
Mr. Chair, I have Diane Moje for the applicant.
Mr. Chair, I recuse.
Yes, the record should reflect that Mr. Cunha is recused from the application. Ms. Moshe, why don't we give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn?
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Diane Moje, DNI Expediting Services with offices located at 779 Horse Block Road in Farmingville. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm before you today seeking permission for an addition, a small addition that was added to an existing house that was built prior to 1959. There is a certificate of zoning compliance on the subject premises that was issued in 1985, number 3454. As you can see by looking at the aerial, which you have up on the screen, this is a very large piece of property, heavily wooded, and is set back off the road in a flag lot configuration. I have in my possession a photograph, which, you know, I haven't gotten these down pat to get to you before, but I'm going to show you that the small cantilever on the house is what causes part of that setback issue. This is a minimal request. It has been in existence for 20 years and would not create any detriment to the surrounding area, nor would it impair the values thereof. The fact that there is also a 6-foot fence located in the front yard, you can see by the configuration of the property, there is a 6-foot fence that goes along the property line. It is considered the front yard, but as you can tell, they're basically in the middle of the woods and it really doesn't affect anybody. If the board has any questions, I'd be happy to address them at this time.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lazaru.
Hi, Ms. Moje.
Hi, how are you?
I'm just ducky.
Good to hear.
In studying the site plan, I recognize the, prior to our discussion, I recognize the name Delea in the property to the east of this. I think, yes, it is. And it reminds me of that being of the sod farm. Now that I see the overhead, the maps, the photograph, it's a great big open area. Is that the Delea sod farm? To the northeast of Yaphank. Nonetheless.
It's owned by the county of Suffolk at this point. I think there's a golf course.
I see. Well, that's the golf course, I think, is to the west.
Okay.
Nonetheless, when did you say this addition was made?
Well over 20 years ago.
20 years ago. And the photograph that you held up, I was able to see, thank you very much. It is that little overhang of the sloping roof.
Right.
Yeah, I understand, but there's no habitable space under it. It's just a roof cantilever overhang, as I would like.
It's living space. The wall is pushed out, so it is. I'll show you the photograph again so you can see. It was part of an addition. Okay, I don't know if you can see.
Yeah, I see it. Fine, I got it. Fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Understandably, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lazaru. Is there anything further from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Bergson.
So Diane, what's the necessity for keeping the 6-foot fence all the way down to the, well, it's down to the right of way, so it's still the front yard?
Right.
So what, the front yard?
There's a 4-foot chain link fence that comes down the driveway. And then the 6-foot fence runs in the, as you make a right into the property, you see the 6-foot fence that follows the property line. So it's really in between the two properties. So
This really isn't really right on the highway. It's really off of the right of way.
right, it's back 235 feet.
Yeah, no, I understand. I see it. I understand now. I didn't appreciate that before. Is there from the aerial, is there a house on that property or now land of now formerly Delia?
The one in front?
Yeah, the one between your property and Yaphank Road.
Yes, there is a home there.
Okay, and that fence has been there for a while, the 6-foot fence.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Grant the application, type 2.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Lazaru, seconded by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
You too.
Case number 15, Stephen Chilton, care of Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson. Property is located on the east side of Antler Lane, 399 feet north of Still Hunter Lane, Center Reach. Applicant requests front yard setback variance for proposed one-story residence addition.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant.
I see him being promoted. Mr. Malguanera, we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
I can.
Very good. Let's have you sworn by Mr. Doyle, please.
Oh, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
Very good. Your appearance for the record, case number 15.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent for the applicant.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us on this one?
All right, so what we have here is a small addition in the front. It is it will be an addition to the kitchen. They need extra space for such. It falls in line with the neighborhood. Front yard setback at 33 feet. 17, 11, 9, and 7 Antler Lane have similar front yard setbacks. There'll be no detriment. And if the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Mr. Bergson.
So Andrew, there's an overhang there now, and this is just coming out a little bit further?
Correct. It's not, yeah, it's only protruding 4 feet from the actual house per se.
You mean with the extension, the addition?
Correct.
So it's really only 4 feet more towards Antler.
Yeah, that'd be correct. You on that. It's 5 feet more. It's the two. It comes out 2 feet and it goes an additional 5.
Okay. All right. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Move to approve the application as submitted, type 2.
Motion by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 16, Theodore Martz, care of Andrew Malguanera, located on the southwest corner, Long Street, not open, and Wilbur Avenue, Manorville. Applicant requests front yard setback variance from Wilbur Avenue for existing one-family dwelling with roofed-over porch not built in conformance with permit number 20B132576.
Thank you, Mr. Malguanera. You've been sworn. Just start with your appearance for the record for case number 16.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. And what would you like to tell us here?
So what we have here is we had a permit for a new house. When they built, they apparently didn't double check their measurements and had permission to be at 40 feet, 40-foot front yard, and wound up at 37. That being said, it's still, within character of the neighborhood. The neighbor to the, south has a similar setback as well. Has no adverse effects. If the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Wisdom.
So you're looking for the front yard setback, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And So and that's on, is that on the variance for Wilbur Avenue?
Correct, it is.
Okay, so it's a family dwelling with a roof over porch, not built in conformance?
The house itself is not built in conformance. It had a 40-foot setback, and they went 37.6.
So it's not out of character with the neighborhood completely?
It is not.
It fits in just fine. Is there anything else we should be asking for? I just see all the roofed over porch and the existing one-family dwelling. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Wisdom. Is there anything further from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lazaru?
Mr. Malganara, on the site plan that I have in front of me, there is an indication off the property which seems to be on this. Is this a right of way or something between properties? To the north, there's an indication that there is a well. Is that a freshwater well? Do you know?
I do not know. I'd be guessing if I said I know. I do not know.
Well, if the surveyor put it on there, it may mean something that has to do that he dimensions 170 feet from the well to the septic tank, the leaching field. So is that well servicing this house?
I don't believe it is. Planning will confirm, when they, the house is just finished, so we don't have all the approvals from planning and whatnot yet. So they're gonna, survey the area with this survey that you guys have, and they'll confirm everything.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Lazaru. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
I'll make a motion to grant the application type bill.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 17, Nora and Stephen Delia, care of Andrew Malguanera, located on the east side of Hill Street, 260 feet north of Green Avenue, Patchogue. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing second-story deck with steps.
Mr. Malganaro, you're still with us, I believe. Yes, you previously been sworn. Let's just start with your appearance for the record, please.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Yes, you and the applicant's here for a side yard for a second-story deck with steps. Tell us about that structure and what its use is, if you could.
Yes, so this deck has been existing with going on 30 years now. Family has owned the house this entire time. Although it is, within 5 feet of the side yard, it is not bordering a house per se. It's bordering the backyard of someone's house, so it is not intruding on anybody. There is also many vegetation in front of it, so there is no view to the neighbor, as well as 9 and 10 Hill Street have similar setbacks to the house itself. So it is not encroaching further than the area permits. 15 Green as well has a similar side yard setback for the house. And if the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. So this is this is considered a side yard setback for this dwelling. However, it abuts the rear yard of
the neighbor. Yeah.
Of a neighbor, and the depth of that yard is more significant than the side yard.
It's big, and there's a lot of vegetation in front of it as well, so you can't even see it.
Is this a two-story or is it a high ranch or something like that? So it's a split level. Do you know what the height of that deck is?
The height of
is it at a second-story deck, or is that because it's split level, or it's a little bit lower?
It is a second-story deck.
And does it have access from grade outside to the deck, or is it just an interior access?
It is. There are steps leading up to it to go into the second level of the house.
From the outside?
Correct.
And how does the applicant use it here?
It goes to the kitchen of the house, just another entry. It's been there for X amount of years. The house has been family owned the entire time. That's just the way that it's been. They actually have, full disclosure, a legal apartment on the lower level. And I don't know how, throughout the legalization process, somehow the deck never was made legal. So here we are trying to clean up the.
Did the notices served by your office on behalf of the applicant result in any communication with your office either for or against the application?
There's been no word from any neighbor.
All right, thank you. Do we have anything written or any speakers on the application?
Mr. Chair, I have no speakers on the case.
All right,
No.
then, does then the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I
wait,
think the application
one second.
presented, type 2.
All right, Mr. Cunha, I'm going to hold that motion. Ms. Riccardi has something for the record, I believe.
Just that this is Chapter 81.
All right, then. There's a motion by Mr. Cunha to grant as a type 2 action, now subject to Chapter 81. I would second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Case number 18, Edward and Joanne Ciappa, care of Andrew Malgonera. Property is located on the southeast corner, Harts Road and Wilson Avenue, East Moriches. Applicant requests front yard setback variance from Wilson Avenue for existing shed located in the required front yard, not permitted, and for existing deck. Also, front yard setback variance from Harts Road for proposed in-ground swimming pool.
Mr. Malganaro, again, your appearance for the record, please.
Andrew Malgranaro, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. And you are here for 3 structures on the parcel. Why don't you tell us what the relief is for?
All right, so we'll start with the shed. It's been there for 7 years. It's on a concrete slab, standard lawn equipment. The deck is 28 inches off the ground, not tremendous. Has been there for at least the same amount of time at least. And the pool, as you can see from the character of the yard, is really the only spot it could go. My client was very didn't want to get too greedy with the side yard setback, so 10 feet is what we went with. Gives it proper distance from the house and the side yard, and has no adverse effects. If the board has any questions, please let me know. We will, as you know, move that fence in onto the property line as well in the front.
Very good. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha.
First, a quick housekeeping question. We have a 10-foot side yard on this pool, Mr. Chair. I don't see the variance in the call of the record.
Because
it's A1, should be 15 feet, shouldn't it, sir?
the pool shows a 10-foot side yard. It's in the required side yard.
And I believe it's a minimum 15 in A1.
They're considering it a front yard pool. All right, so I don't know that. So you didn't hear that from Ms. Riccardi because her speaker's not on. No, so she'll put it on and tell you what she just saw. We'll make Mr. Malganaro very happy when he hears it.
Yes, Mr. Cunha, you're right. It does need a side yard variance, and it was not picked up in the call of the calendar.
Okay, great. I just didn't want him to get anything from us and then go back and then get denied again. Can we change that, Mr. Chair?
No, because the pool was not noticed, put out to the public for a side yard variance. It was only put out for a front yard variance. So to the extent that you've identified that, you've actually saved Mr. Malganaro from leaving us and then going through an inspection and finding out he needed further relief. What you're going to do is cause Mr. Malganaro to get further denial now and bring it back with the rest of the relief requested. I'm kind of interested in why it's showing a front yard setback only. Is it because it's holding less than 20 feet, even though it's in the side yard?
Can I interject a little bit?
Yes.
It's on my denial as a 10-foot side yard. I just so.
Yeah, it's on the denial. It wasn't carried to the relief requested, either in the legal ads or
sure
with this office.
Okay.
And Ms. Riccardi says it wasn't picked up by Mr. Malganaro either when he got his notice.
Fair.
Okay. All right. So the application doesn't seek all of the relief needed for the board to act on the variances. I guess fortunately, because we're coming into the winter, it could wait 2 or 3 weeks or 4 weeks, whatever the date is, for further denial and further legal ed. But that's what we'll have to do with this, so that the pool, as proposed in its location, will have all of the relief necessary to be built.
Sounds good.
I would think that November 4. How's November 4, Mr. Malganaro? Do you have other? You will probably have other cases that date,
Yes,
right?
I'll be fine.
So we're just going to ask you to get the final. You already have the denial, so we just have to notice it for all of the relief required, and then we'll have it on that date. Because he has a denial already, do you want to put it on the October date? All right, I will tell you that we can put it on our October 21st calendar. The mailings would have to get done obviously quicker, but if your office can accommodate that, we can take care of it on the 21st.
We could absolutely do that. I
All
appreciate
right,
it.
is there a motion to hold over until October 21st?
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Let me ask you, Mr. Malganaro, do you have case number 19 or is your last case 20?
I have 20 and a holdover after that, I believe.
All right, then you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take case 20 because I'm going to ask the board to break briefly after the 2 o'clock calendar, and then we'll take 19 right after you. So if we could just move on to case 20.
Case number 20, Carrie Ann and James Lindbergh, care of Andrew Malguanera. Properties located on the south side of Edwin Avenue, 374 feet east of Circle Drive West, Patchogue. Applicant requests rear yard variance for existing one-story residence addition.
And Mr. Malganaro, your appearance for the record, please.
Yes, Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. This is a request for a rear yard variance for an addition. What would you like to tell us specifically?
Yes, said addition has been there since 2003. It is an extension of the living room, has no adverse effects, and falls, in line with the characteristics of the neighborhood. The deck on the side is going to be cut back to the 15 feet required. The hot tub on the side is going to be removed. So there's no other issues. If the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lazaru.
Andrew, how many, 3 years in existence, this edition?
Oh, no, 17.
17 years.
Yes.
Okay. And what we're talking about is the crosshatched area to the south of the two-story building?
Correct.
Okay. And that's one story?
Correct. This is, yeah.
Okay. But there are some other markings to the east of the building saying something about something being cut back to 15 feet?
Yes, the deck on the side.
That's a stair leading up to a deck?
Correct. That's gonna be cut back to 15 feet.
And that's a second story?
Correct.
Okay. The main entrance of the house, is that the main entrance to the house?
The deck on the side?
Yeah.
No, it is the side entrance.
It goes up to the second floor?
Correct.
Is that a private entrance to an apartment on the second floor?
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Just the bedroom.
It goes to a bedroom.
Master bedroom.
Master bedroom. So you come out the master bedroom, you have a deck, and you have the convenience of going down the stairs to the grade.
Exactly right.
Okay. No other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Lazaru. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Grant the application, type 2 as presented.
That motion is by Mr. Lazaru, seconded by, and I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Was it Mr. Cunha? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 19, Michael and Joanna Bendick, 47 Ranch Drive, Shirley, located on the north side of Ranch Drive, 317 feet west of Margin Drive, Shirley. Applicant requests rear yard and side yard variances for proposing ground swimming pool.
Mr. Chair, I have Diane Laspisa for the applicant.
Thank you. We can see that she is being promoted. Ms. Laspisa, I don't have video or audio yet, but I do see that you are with us. And we can see you now, but you're on mute. Very good. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Thank you. Good to see you. Let me just have you sworn by the board's attorney.
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but truth.
I do.
Thank you. Your appearance for the record, please.
Diana Laspisa with Morano Expediting Services, 28 Edward Street, Bethpage, New York, 11714, here on behalf of the property owners, Michael and Joanne Bendick. And we're requesting permission from the board to construct a 14-foot by 24-foot in-ground swimming pool in the rear of the property. We are proposing a side yard setback of 12 feet and a rear yard setback of 7 feet. The purpose for the variance is that their backyard is slightly, it's not very large. The pool is a 14 by 24-foot pool, which is the smallest in-ground pool you can get. The 7-foot rear yard setback, the reason that they really need that is they're trying to maintain the existing masonry patio in the backyard. There are currently arborvitaes, which are along the side property line, and once the pool's end, they do intend to screen along the whole perimeter of the pool along the property line. This setback variance is similar to others in the area. I know the house behind them does have an in-ground pool in the other corner of their property. It's kind of hard to see in an aerial though, but it's definitely within I would say less than 10 feet. Yeah, so right, that house, yes. So it's kind of opposite of where we're proposing the pool. They're very close to their rear yard as well. And I do know myself, I've been before the board on, the date was February 6, 2008, case number 28, where the board had granted a 10-foot side yard setback and a 7-foot rear yard setback. So it is conforming to other variance requests in the area. If the board has any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Laspisa. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bergson.
So Diana, the property, I guess to the north, it's to the north. You're saying that there's a pool there right now?
They do have an existing pool. That's not the house that I referenced though. But yes, they do have an existing pool in what is that, the southwest corner of their property. So it's opposite, the opposite corner.
Southwest or southeast?
Yeah, you're right, southeast.
Okay. How much space do they have between the pool as currently proposed and the patio? Do you know?
6 feet right now.
That's just 6 feet?
6 feet.
That's just 6 feet?
It's just 6 feet right now to the patio.
Wouldn't it be better to move it further to the east and maybe a little bit away from the property line?
Well, I mean, essentially it's more ideal, as the board knows, why you get a lot of these applications is they're kind of either tucked into one corner or the other. They do have small children, so they don't want to have it just straight out the back because they may potentially, it's not set in stone, but they may, while their children are little, independently fence the pool in itself, so instead of having dead space to the left and dead space to the right. I mean, it is consistent with the area. Moving it over slightly to the east, I think I get where you're going with it, where it would push it further away from the patio. Is that why you suggested that?
Yeah, you might be able to pick up a foot off the northern property line.
Yeah.
But I recognize that it is a modest-sized pool at 14 by 24.
It's actually the smallest in-ground pool that they sell.
Right. Actually, I have. I just had one other comment. Could you please make sure that when they measure, it's from the property line, not that chain link fence? Because I'd hate to see me come back here for another 1.5 feet and then have us make you move the pool.
I understand. I always, with these new surveys every year required, I do forward them to the pool company so that they have it. So he is aware that the fence, measuring from the fence is not the property line. It's
Right,
on the.
okay. All right, nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Chairman, I move to approve the application as submitted, type 2.
Motion by
Second.
Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Board members, that concludes the 2 p.m. calendar. While the holdover calendar is not extensive, I do need to have the board take a break. I'm going to ask for a motion for a brief adjournment. I'm going to ask board members to return at 4:45. Is there a motion for a brief recess?
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Good night, Di.
All right, it's 4:45. I think we're just waiting for board members to come back so we can resume the hearing. It's like magic. All right, I have 1, 2, 3. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chair, we have enough to start.
We got 4.
Thank you. I do see that Mr. Bergson is with us now. There you go. All right, then is there a motion to resume the hearing? Okay, motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will resume with the rehearing calendar.
Case number 35 of March 11th, 2020, Janine and Victor Stabile, care of Andrew Malguanera. Property is located on the north side of Patriot Court, 310 feet east of Pembroke Drive, Stony Brook. Applicant requests permission for existing accessory apartment exceeding the 850 square feet permitted, 1,030 square feet, and existing 30% habitable space permitted, 34.3%.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Malguanera, can you hear us? I see that you're back.
I am and I can.
Very good. Could you give us your appearance for the record, please?
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you, Mr. Malguanera. This application has some history. Back in March of 2020, the board heard an application on behalf of the applicant seeking excess square footage and habitable space for an accessory apartment, which ultimately led the board, I believe, to deny the request to some extent. In reviewing the application at your office's request, we did see that the photographs taken at the time of the inspection showed an area that the board initially took from looking at the plans as a second bedroom, but as it turned out, was a sitting area. Let's see if anyone can see this. Was a sitting area adjacent to the bed with 2 chairs. And as a result, and due to the request of this office, we decided the right thing to do was to allow you to come back so that the board could reconsider its decision on the matter. So in addition, so let me ask the board to for a motion to incorporate the prior record.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. In furtherance of that request, Mr. Malguanera, what did you want us to know?
You said it better than I could. If the board has any other questions, please let me know.
All right then, Mr. Cunha, did you have any questions on the application?
No, Mr. Chair, I don't.
right.
I would like an opportunity to review that photo again.
All right, maybe Ms. Riccardi is better than I am at putting it up there, but you can see at the top of the stairs, there is an area with two chairs that are in front of the bed with a TV on the wall. I mean, I'm here with the photograph and from the bed. The wall that you're seeing to the right of the photograph is the wall that's adjacent to the stairs that are coming up. And in the distance, you can see the two chairs that are facing the bed and the TV. That is the area the board questioned in relation to this application. As you will all recall, this is a two-story accessory apartment with the living space downstairs and with a stairway up to the single bedroom and bathroom. Again, that's where the two chairs are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Correct. And it's wide open from the bedroom into that room. There's no door separating it or anything of the ilk. So it's as wide open as it could possibly be.
So it's a sitting room basically outside of a master bedroom.
Correct, with no doorway separating.
Actually, no wall separating. I think that's
Right.
what was most significant about the photographs.
Correct.
Are there questions from the board at all? All right, then does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to grant the application type 2.
Second.
All right, so then the original application as presented, there's a motion to grant it as a type 2 action. Motion is by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
The opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Thanks.
Case number 12 of August 12, 2020, Joseph and Linda Panico, care of Woodhull Expediting, 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson. Properties located southwest corner, Coleridge Road and Tarkington Road, east side Knickerbocker Avenue, Holbrook. Applicant requests permission for existing above-ground swimming pool, pool equipment, and proposed shed located in the front yards. Coleridge Road and Knickerbocker Avenue, not permitted. Front yard setback variance from Coleridge Road for existing pool deck located in the front yard. Height variance for existing 6-foot-high fence located in the front yards, Coleridge Road and Knickerbocker Avenue, and within the required 30-foot radius of the apex of the intersection of Coleridge Road and Knickerbocker Avenue.
Mr. Chair, I have Amy DeVito for the applicant.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms. DeVito, we can hear you. You've previously been sworn. Why don't you just start with your appearance for the record?
Sure, Amy DeVito, Woodhull Expediting with offices at 1031 Main Street, 117, Port Jefferson 11777.
Thank you, Mr. Vito. And can we just start by saying that this applicant has no relation to Councilman Panico? Is that correct?
Not that I know of.
All right, just that's my understanding. I just want the record to be as clear as possible.
Yes, they never mentioned any relation to me, so I'm not aware of a relation.
Okay, then. This application was initially brought to us and then held over. I see, because you've added the existing shed and a proposed shed to the application for variance relief.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, you have to just give me one moment. My laptop is about to die and I will be cut off right in the middle of my presentation. So just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, we're back on the grid. Okay, so Mr. Chairman and members of the board, good evening. So my client actually suffered a fire recently and are in the midst of repairing the fire damage. They do have a permit for that aspect of what is occurring at the house now. You'll see in the pictures, it is only partially complete at this point. In their quest to get the permit for the fire repair damage, it was brought to their attention that they needed to legalize some other structures at the home. The reason why we originally held the case over was because we were amending the application to include a proposed shed in the front yard. So what we have is a very unique lot. It has 3 front yards. And as such, it really, if you place anything at all on this property as far as accessory structures, and in most cases any additions, it is going to trigger the need for a variance. So we will be removing the 10-foot by 7.7-foot shed and erecting a shed just to the south of it. That's on our application as proposed. And then we are legalizing the above ground pool with the pool deck, which has existed for many years. And I am happy to answer any questions the board may have. And I did submit photos of the property as well as comparables to Ms. Ricciardi for the board's review.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Wisdom.
Amy.
Hi, Mr. Wisdom.
So the existing above ground pool's been there for quite a few years, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, and it's not uncommon in the neighborhood.
No, based on the aerials, it does not seem uncommon at all. As a matter of fact, the neighboring property right next door has a above ground pool that's technically in the front yard as well.
Right, and I could see that. And I could see that the fence along the Coleridge Road is not uncommon in that neighborhood.
That's correct.
I could see one across the street from this house that we're talking about right now.
Yes.
So it kind of conforms with the neighborhood. And then the existing pool deck in the front yard, which is where the pool is anyway, it's in two front yards, really, when you look at it.
Yes.
So, and that's a 6-foot high fence on the front yard. So, there's no problem with vision coming into the intersection of that, or has there ever been an accident or anything like that on the corner?
No accidents to my knowledge. The fence itself is set back. It varies from maybe like 8 to 10 feet along the curb. So it actually is set back from the asphalt pavement. I did supply some pictures just showing different points of view from the street to the fence, just to kind of show how it would not create any obstruction to moving traffic. And the 6-foot fence was obviously erected for privacy reasons, being that the property fronts on 3 separate streets. They wanted to have the privacy.
And that 10 by 7.7 is going to get moved over to the down past the other shed that's in the backyard, or I should say in the front yard?
Yes.
Here.
The 10 by 7 is going to be actually removed and a new shed will be erected basically right next to it.
Okay. And that's all we're looking for right now?
That's it for now.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wisdom. Is there anything further from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lazaru.
Mr. Lazaru.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good.
The fencing that is along Coleridge Road, how high is it?
6-foot fence.
6 foot.
Yep, PVC.
I see. And it runs right down to the corner and around the corner down the other street?
Yes, it begins on where their property line begins on the Knickerbocker Avenue side.
Yeah.
Around the radius and then to basically the front of their house, but at the rear foundation line.
There is no problem that it impairs the vision of the intersection?
No, when you turn the corner, actually, the pavement is set back. It varies from like 8 to 10 feet at any point from the curb. So you have like a nice, 10 to, I would say 12-foot buffer as you're driving at least. And there is some pictures if you wanted to. Well, this is from the Knickerbocker Avenue side, and this was submitted to Lori. So you can see that there's grass in between, from the curb to the fence.
Mhm.
I think I took one even further away. Yes.
I think Ms. Riccardi is holding it up now, but yes, that's a color one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is the fence on this property?
Yes. Yeah. This is the corner that you see on the Knickerbocker and Coleridge side. So this is Coleridge and this is Knickerbocker.
I see. Okay. What what apprised me of it is the property directly across the street from Coleridge. You can see where that fence cuts off and it leaves a sizable distance to the corner to Lorraine, so that you do have proper vision when you approach that intersection. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lazaro. Is there anything further from the board? Mr. Doyle, are you with us? Thanks, John. We have pending litigation on this with dates of February 2020. Were you able to identify what whether anything is still pending there?
Sure.
While you're doing that, Ms. DeVito, it appears as though this dwelling was condemned at one point. Fire loss, second floor unit, ground floor accessory apartment. Its use appears to have been well, it certainly had at least one accessory apartment in it. Is this a new owner? Is this someone trying to clear up existing violations, or is this still the same owner with the condemned dwelling?
I'm not sure about the condemnation. I do know that my client received, they purchased in 2010 and they received violations recently, actually as a result to the inspection from the fire, whereas there was an accessory apartment, I believe in the lower level.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Doyle.
I think I can clarify it.
Good.
Yeah, they were documented for not having the accessory apartment, and obviously not the CO for the conversion either. So they didn't have the license nor the conversion of the area to be an accessory apartment, and that was resolved in court recently. The court just only recently reopened, so it was resolved about a week ago, where they had a conditional discharge. So this would strike me, they're also here that they would have to come into compliance in a conditional discharge. Right now, they have a conditional discharge to get the permit to otherwise restore it back to what it is. Whatever they might choose to do, they have time right now to do that, because the court case for the time being is
resolved. So they've, for the record, then they've paid a fine and they agreed, and they stipulated with the town to legalize the apartment
or to remove it.
Yes.
Yeah. So and they have, and that was like the last, well, it's been a couple weeks ago. So they probably have a month or two to start making progress on that.
And the first step to that, obviously, is to legalize the existing structures on the parcel without a permit.
Correct.
In furtherance of that, Mr. Vito, what we saw in looking at the records is that your clients purchased in 2010, and the pool went up in approximately 13.
Yes.
And they placed it in. There's a lot. It's all front yards, but they placed it in the location that they chose there. And I see it's an above ground pool, and now it's approaching 10 years old. It's not an in-ground pool. Is there a reason why that location, it should remain in that location?
Well, they put it in that location so that they could enjoy an area in their backyard as basically an open space, because it is kind of a weird lot shape and their yard narrows. They didn't want the pool to be, right smack in the center of where you exit the house.
I understand that. In doing so, they placed it in 2 front yards as opposed to what would have been 1. And I'm looking at the other pool uses in this, at least on the radial, on the radius, and I'm not showing similar instances. I just wondered, did they have discussion with you as to why they placed it there? Apart from what you've said.
Yeah, no, that was the discussion. And the other homes in the neighborhood, while there are corner lots, none of them actually have 3 front yards. So this property really is unique. And again, it does, and the area that functions as their rear yard, it does narrow to a point where they consider placement of the pool due to that. And, Mr. Chairman, a lot of people, and I understand it's the responsibility of the homeowner to know things, but a lot of people don't, number one, I get this all the time, they don't even realize they need a permit for an above ground pool. It is a conversation I constantly have, and never mind zoning of a pool. So, it obviously wasn't intentional to break the law, so to speak, but it was done keeping in mind that they wanted their rear yard, which functions as a rear yard, to be as enjoyable as possible. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say one thing. I believe that in my conversation with the owners, I believe that they've decided to remove the accessory apartment, just for the record.
All right, thank you. Is there anything further from the board on the application? There was a number of questions concerning the location of the fence and the radius of the intersection. I do see that there's some setback. Are there enough board members that want public safety to view that intersection, or are we comfortable moving forward with what we have?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Cunha?
there's also a sidewalk if you look at the survey, so there is
I do
plenty
see
of
that.
space at that corner. Just
All
want
right.
to give you a heads up.
All right, so then, I mean, that's for all board members. If there's no further request on the application or comments, I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to grant the application type 2.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Wisdom to grant as a type 2 action, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Case number 9 of September 9th, 2020. Yocasta Pozo, 82 Maplewood Avenue, Selden. Property is located on the south side of Maplewood Avenue, 650 feet west of Evergreen Drive, Selden. Applicant requests minimum and total side yard variances for existing enclosed porch, permission for existing conversion of basement to habitable space, and existing accessory apartment on a 50-foot lot.
Mr. Chair, I believe I have somebody representing the applicant, but they haven't identified themselves only as a Pedro Hernandez, then they raised their hand.
Have we attempted to promote them?
I'm promoting them now.
Very good. Ms. Riccardi, and I have at least a call of the calendar. Oh, existing accessory apartment. Okay, I didn't see that. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez, you can hear us. Can you put your video on, sir?
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
There you go. We can see you now. Are you able to hear us?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you for attending this evening, sir. Let me ask you to just give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if he's in for this case.
All right. I'm gonna, Mr. Hernandez, if you can give your, I'd like to have you sworn before I ask you any questions. So can you give your attention to the board's attorney?
Yes. Pedro Hernandez.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And sir, your name and address, please.
Pedro Hernandez from 82 Maplewood Avenue, Selden, New York, 11784.
Okay, sir. So you are, I have the owner of the parcel as Yocasta Pozo or Pazos.
My wife.
I'm right here too.
Very good.
No.
So that Ms. Pazzo, do you want your husband to speak with you? Speak
Yes.
for you? All right.
Yes, yes.
All right. I want you to understand, if you want to if you want to participate in the hearing, I'm going to ask you to be sworn also. Do you want to participate also?
Yes, if you want me to, yes, I could do it.
Of course we do. So just if you could just give your attention to the board's attorney, we'll have you sworn.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear all the truth.
And your name and address, please.
Yocasta Pozo, 82 Maplewood, Selden, New York, 11784. 82 Maplewood, 11784.
Very good. No, you're doing fine. All right. Now, who would like to speak first?
I will take the lead.
Mr. Hernandez, you'll speak first. All right. The board is familiar with the application before us. We see that you, when you live on Maplewood Avenue, while the property you live on is narrow, it's 50 feet, it goes back a good distance. It's 175 feet in depth. But because of the width of the parcel, you're with the board today seeking some relief. One is for a side yard relief, minimum and total side yard, for an enclosed porch. That's the entry porch. Toward the front of the house, and also for you're seeking permission for a finished basement on the lot of this width. So tell us about those two structures and how you use them, sir.
First of all, when we bought the house in 2017, the house, it was completely the way it is right now. We haven't made no alteration whatsoever to it. And when we learned that it was not legal, we just submit for the permits, and we're trying to legalize it. because right now I'm using it for storage, pretty much. I have 3 teenagers. We have a lot of stuff in here, and I don't want to occupy my living space with the stuff that I don't need to at the moment. So I have it in the basement. And I'm sorry?
The washer and the
Yeah,
dryer.
the washer, dryer, the utilities. And you know, I'm just trying to do the right thing in here and get it legalized.
Okay, I understand that, sir. Thank you. In what year did you buy the house with your wife?
2017, in
And,
March 2017.
In 2018, the town's records indicate that you got a notice of non-compliance with a complaint number because there was an allegation that there was an illegal basement apartment in the house with no permit. Do you remember receiving notice of that violation?
Yes, that's when we learned that it was not legal, because when we bought the house it was gutted out and it was rebuilt. So before we bought it, so the guy says that the house, it was inspected, I don't know, by the town or by the state and by building department, and he says everything was fine. So we assumed that everything was legal at the time.
All right, but in terms of your use after you purchased it, did you have an accessory apartment downstairs?
Yes.
All right, and then you had a tenant, and that's when you got a notice that was not right. You didn't have an accessory apartment permit. Did that violation cause you to go to district court or some court to pay a fine?
I did went to the town, and I paid the fines that they gave me.
And so then, did you remove the tenant then, and you're trying to get the accessory apartment permit?
Yes,
for
that's
future
correct.
use? All right.
Yeah.
Mr. Doyle, do you have anything pending in your office for that violation? John, I see that you're looking. Okay.
The only thing we have was
Actually, your volume went out there.
we had a violation back in 2018 for a basement apartment. That was it was a plea, and it does not appear to be active currently.
All right. Thank you. Did you have anything for us to say, either Mr. Hernandez or Ms. Pozo?
I would like to have it like legal for me to be able to pull my stuff. I'm not thinking, I just want it legal for our stuff to put there, because we have a lot of stuff for the kids, and to legalize the front desk and move forward, because
All
we've
right.
been with this 3 years ago. So we just want to just move forward.
And can you give me an understanding? Is it because you want to legalize a finished basement to use in conjunction with your family, your kids, or
Yes,
or are you
for my
seeking to permission to finish it because you want to establish another accessory apartment? The
No.
application that you filed indicates that's what the intention is, and this is why I'm asking you.
Oh, no. I mean, it just depends what you guys approve me. I just want it for my kids, because my kids are getting bigger. I have a 15, a 13, and a 12.
So the application, though, that you filed with the building department indicates an intention for use as an accessory apartment. Is that now incorrect?
Well, it
Yeah,
says,
I mean,
yes,
that's fine.
that's fine. I mean, the guy did it as accessory apartment, but if we get it, fine. If we doesn't get it as just a living, like a space, like to put my stuff, it's fine. I just want to move forward with the application.
I think I have a better understanding now. Thank you. Questions or comments from board members? I don't have any. I'm not hearing anything in terms of this. In terms of this house, can either of you tell me what is existing in the basement now? Are there rooms? Are there interior walls? What is it? A big open space? What's downstairs now?
Well, yeah, since we bought it, it has like 2 separate rooms. It has a bathroom, a pretty large area, like a living room, and I have also the boiler room and the oil tank.
All right, but is there a kitchen in the basement?
It has a, how you call it, a cabinet with a sink.
And that's it?
That's it.
And the
And
refrigerator.
a refrigerator that we put to have, how you call it? Extra stuff for the kids, meats and beverage. That's
Yes,
about
sir.
it.
All right. Well, you understand that you're to this board for permission for a conversion of the basement to habitable space. If your intention was for an accessory apartment, you would have to continue to the accessory apartment board for their consideration of your request. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, because if there was a new tenant down there, you'll end up with the same violation that you had 2 years ago, which is is a financial obligation ultimately.
Trust me, I know.
Well, we appreciate you trying to resolve the matter now.
Yes.
Is there anything further from the board on the application? If not, I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to grant the application as presented.
Thank you.
Second.
Mr. Bergson, Mr. Cunha moves to grant the application as a type 2 action. It is seconded by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you both, and good luck to you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Case number 11 of September 9th, 2020, IPA Asset Management LLC, care of David DeRosa, 45 Sarah Drive, Farmingdale. Property is located on the west side of Parkside Avenue, 100 feet south of First Street, not open, Miller Place. Applicant requests rear yard variance for proposed reconstruction of existing one-story residence addition. Permission for proposed first and second story residence additions.
Mr. Chair, I have Stephen Felt for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Felt, we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
I also
can hear you
have,
fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vega?
I have 3 separate speakers.
All right. Then we'll take Mr. Felt first. Sir, I'm going to ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn.
Oh, I apologize. I have 1 speaker.
Thank you.
Promise swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
And your appearance for the record, sir.
Stephen Affelt with offices at 41 Leaside Drive, Great River, New York, representative for the owner.
The owner is IPA Asset Management LLC. Tell us what kind of company that is, sir.
It's a property development company, small
All right.
scale.
So the company then found a distressed parcel, purchased it with the intent to rehab it and resell it?
Correct.
All right. The board is familiar with this parcel. At least we see that it was on the 2019 vacant registry, and there's presently pending an action to consider it non-habitable and to demolish it. I understand that proceeding has been adjourned to November 19th of this year, I believe, and from what it appears, on behalf of the applicant, you are proposing to redevelop and rehab the parcel. Is that our understanding?
Absolutely correct, yes.
All right, so tell us about the variances that you're here today for.
Well, thank you very much for having us tonight.
Thanks.
And thank you for our postponement from the last meeting. My client's property was struck by a tree, and they wish to renovate and expand it in the way of a first floor addition and a second new floor. This property has no C of O. The building department requested that we obtain a CEU. The CEU department requested that we legalize the existing structure prior to anything being issued. And we are requesting permission to retain what the building department considers to be a first floor addition in the rear of the property, as well as the encroachment in the rear yard to the rear yard setback line, and permission to erect more square footage on a lot with a 75-foot width, which I believe to be not as per code. And we are going to be removing 2 other structures, accessory shed and a roof over on the left or the right side of the survey, which would also need variances if we weren't removing them.
All right, and again, we're familiar with it. We see this is a 1930s or an era that it was built. It's a ranch. It was built in irregular configuration. So you're squaring out the front and you're seeking to legalize and rebuild the rear addition. Is that kind of what's going on here?
Yeah, and also the second story addition on the non-extension part of the house.
Okay, and in terms of, I guess the most significant aspect of the application is you're seeking a rear yard setback of 17 feet or so, 17 feet 3 inches.
Yeah.
Talk to us about how that compares to other structures in the neighborhood. We recognize, before you answer the question, this is an old dwelling. I don't know when the addition was put on, but it was set back further into the property initially than others surrounding it.
It absolutely is set very, very far back compared to everyone else. Everyone else's setbacks are, very, way closer to the street than ours is. I can tell you that the neighborhood has a very, eclectic character. There are many houses are the same, sort of like a development, and there are many houses that are much older in construction style. So it's hard to compare it to any other structures. I can tell you that if you bring up the site plan or the aerial view, you'll see some houses on the opposite side of this yard that are a little bit closer than average to the setback lines. I cannot say that anyone is closer than us, and that's why we don't want to extend our extension on top of that, and we want to keep it basically as is, considering it's got a foundation. It's a full crawl space foundation.
Understood. I'm not certain that we have the aerial on this, but talk to us about what's behind this parcel. Is that another residential parcel?
All residential. It's an interior lot, and this whole block is residential, except for when it gets down to 25A, which are a few commercial properties, but that's, I think 2 or 3 properties away.
And in terms of the setback of the house on the property to the rear, are you able to estimate that for us? Oh, there you go.
I would say it's probably about 20 feet. You can see number 45 there.
Yes.
It's almost set back as far as we are. And the 143 is very close as well. So these 2 houses are both 2-story houses. They tower over their fence when you're standing in this rear yard.
And by saying that, you're attempting to establish to us that this 17 or 18-foot rear yard is not uncommon in this particular location.
It's not even uncommon for a 2-story home to be that close.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to grant the application as presented, type 2.
Motion by
Second.
Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Mr.
Oh, I
Chair.
haven't
Aye.
seen the letter.
Mr. Chair.
All right. I'm sorry, I forgot 2 things. One, that we have written communication, and secondly, Mr. Vega has an attendee waiting to speak on the application. So I'm going to ask for a motion to withdraw the motion on the table.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Then let's take Ms. Riccardi's written communication first, and maybe we can promote the attendee wishing to speak at the same time.
I have a letter from Richard Aretz. I'm not sure if he's the person who is waiting to speak. He lives at 45 Oakland Avenue, Miller Place. My property is directly behind 38 Parkside Avenue. I understand IPA Asset Management is requesting a variance. The house is currently 12 feet from our property line. I don't believe this structure should be rebuilt this close to our property. I also don't think a second story should be granted. The home would be right over my property where we have an in-ground pool. I would like to see the new home move further to the front of the property line. The original house was 25 feet from the property line. I'm not sure if the rear extension was legally permitted, and it is differently structured from all our neighboring properties. We would like to see the new home built in accordance with the rest of our neighbors. I'm sorry I couldn't stay on the meeting call. I had to go to work.
All right, then, Mr. Affelt, while we're waiting for whoever else is wishing to speak, I was reading that as 18 before, and in part because my site isn't as good as it should be, but it's actually 12-foot rear yard setback, 12 foot 3 inches. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the houses to the rear on Oakland. Are there 12-foot setbacks?
No, they're more than 12 foot. I can tell you that, absolutely.
Are they closer to what the house was built at with permits at 26 or 25?
That's tough to say. I would say they're more like 20, but I can't be sure, but I don't have their surveys personally. I think the aerial satellite you had was actually very clear, and that might be more of a reference to be shown on the screen rather than my survey.
We'll be happy to put that back up. In terms of this rear yard addition to the house, it's showing us to be as relief for reconstruction. So You did mention the tree fell on it previously. Tell us what the room was used for, what it appears to have been used for, and what the
It's a-
condition of it presently is.
Sure, it's a large living room. It's one room. The rest of the house comprises of the bedrooms and kitchens, but this is just one large living room. If this room didn't exist, there would be no living room. It would just be bedrooms and a kitchen.
And do I understand by reading the survey correctly that this is intended to remain as one story, and the two-story section of the house is within this 25 or 26-foot setback established?
Exactly, yes.
All
And this extension of the current extension is about 9 foot off the ground. So if you have a 6-foot rear yard fence and you're standing in your property, it's difficult to see it. And they all have these 6-foot fences. So I find it hard to believe that this existing extension is actually a visual impairment or, is a problem in any way. Maybe the respondent or the person who wrote in didn't realize that we're only extending the other portion of the house.
To the front. All right.
Yeah.
Well, we do have a speaker, so let's hear what the speaker has to say. I can see you, but I can't tell what your name is. Could you?
Sure. My name's Shannon McKinley. I'm actually an attorney for IPA, so I just registered just to
what? To view. Thank you very much for attending.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you wanted to add on behalf of your client?
No, right. We appreciate the town's cooperation in this. Obviously, we have the scheduled hearing on the 17th, so we're looking to get work done as soon as possible, but we need this approval to do it.
Thank you. Mr. Vega, do we have any other speakers?
That is it.
All right. Then I think if there's nothing further from the board, I'm going to ask for a
Chairman?
motion. Yes, Mr. Lazaru.
Yes. I'm looking at the site plan and it's rather small, even with my glasses, to determine what direction that stair, if this is oriented north-south, what that stair on the east side of the building, I think it says DN, which is down, and I think the gentleman presenting said that this was crawl space under there?
No, the portion, the extension in the rear yard, that's a crawl space. The
But
original
the house
building,
does have a basement.
it has a cellar, yeah.
There's a cellar.
Right.
And is it habitable space or storage? Or
No, it's occupiable, not habitable.
Okay, but there's no one living there or intended to be living there.
No, nothing.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lazaru. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Chair, I'll make a motion to grant the application type 2.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Have a good night, everyone.
You too.
Okay, case number 26 of September 9th, 2020, Ryan McGann, 338 Main Street, East Setauket. Properties located on the south side of Main Street, 214 feet west of Old Coach Road, East Setauket. Applicant requests height variance for proposed 20.33 foot high barn.
Mr. Chair, I have Ryan McGann for the applicant. I also have 2 speakers on this case.
Thank you. Waiting for Mr. McGann to be promoted. Mr. McGann, we can see you. If you can unmute yourself.
Hello, great to see everyone again.
Very good. If you can give your attention to the board's attorney, please, to be sworn.
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Very good, sir. And your name and address, please.
Ryan McGann, 338 Main Street, East Setauket, New York, 11733.
Thank you, sir. The record should reflect that back in on September 9, 2020, this matter went to public hearing on your request for height variance for a proposed 20.33 foot high barn. During that presentation, we had neighbors speaking on the application, and specifically the grading and your choice of the location of what we're calling farm equipment on your survey, which are really storage containers. 20. What are their dimensions, sir? 20 feet by 40 feet, or what? Do you know what they are?
40 by 8 foot, and it is considered.
They're 40 by 8.
Not for storage.
All right. So those two issues came up. And I asked you then to, if you could, to please have a discussion with the neighbors to the parcel in an attempt to resolve any of these issues. Please tell us what's occurred since the time of that hearing on September 9th.
Yes, I met with the neighbors and I listened to their concerns and I invited them over for the tour of our agricultural operation, just to kind of ease any additional concerns. And we did come to an amicable solution to their concerns.
And what solution was that, sir?
I would like to keep this mostly focused on the barn height variance, and just, if I could just say that we did reach an amicable solution.
All right. So that in terms of this board's, in terms of this board's actions, we would condition it, and so we could find an amicable solution all by ourselves. If you want to tell us what it is, then that could be the amicable solution that we would adopt. If you want me to listen to the neighbors first, they may be just willing to tell us what it is, and we can go from there. If
So
it makes
I just want to, so I don't want to be like step out of line or anything. I am new at all this, but the amicable solution regarding the farm equipment, which is exempt, is tied to the barn height variance?
Are you asking me a question, sir?
Yes.
No, the question to you is, what was the amicable solution?
To put trees for screening.
All right, thank you very much.
The main concern in the whole operation was just that they could see it, so.
All right, then Mr. Vega, why don't we bring up the two other persons wishing to speak on the application?
Mr. Chair, I have Robert Vestigo and Tom Maltz.
Thank you. All right, the record should reflect that we have further letters from both of those individuals. I'm going to take their testimony first. Gentlemen, I see you both being promoted. Still waiting for audio and video. All right, it looks as though we have you both. Can I ask you both, please? Let me see, I'm seeing one. All right, I have two. Can both of you gentlemen just please give your attention to the board's attorney to be resworn?
Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, first person wishing to speak, could you start with your name and address, please?
This is Tom Malls, 336 Main Street, East Setauket.
All right, sir, and you've come back. I know we recognize that you were at the initial hearing. What further comment did you have for the board?
Well, I sent a letter over earlier. I don't know if it was read, but
Hasn't been read yet. We can, if you have a copy, you can certainly read it
Sure.
yourself now.
no problem. In meeting with Mr. McGann to discuss ways of working this issue out, he said his attorney advised him to only talk about the height of the barn. He did eventually tell us who makes the containers, Freight Farms of Massachusetts, and gave us a tour of one. Nothing new was brought to the table by Mr. McGann besides threats earlier in our meeting and on previous days to stack
This is
containers on top
absolutely
of each
incorrect.
other.
I was very cooperative. and told those
Mr.
conditions.
McGann, if you
Screening
could
the
please
fence
just refrain from
structures.
talking while this individual is giving us what his version of what occurred for the record. So just you'll get a chance to speak. Just be patient, sir. So go ahead. We're sorry for the interruption.
No problem. Just, threats to stack containers on top of each other, not make any attempt at screening the offensive structures, and make a concrete barn. To be clear, Mr. McGann did offer to put plantings along the property line, but nothing that could conceal them from my property. I'd still be able to see the containers. He's not offering to put in anything that's going to substantially block the view that I'm now getting of that. In touring the container, you couldn't help notice, as the committee pointed out, how many other places these containers could have gone. He was not receptive to moving anything. It is my understanding that this is the first case of a container like this being placed in a residential neighborhood in the town of Brookhaven, as opposed to on an existing farm. I object to Mr. McGann's request for a variance for his barn and implore the town of Brookhaven to have all unpermitted structures, plumbing, and electric removed from his property. Mr. McGann's website offers tours and on-site tastings. It seems the barn will act as a business sales office as well. I was informed that such use would be illegal. I wanted to read the Farmland Bill of Rights, 85-925, for some of the reasons that I feel the town should grant my request. The legislative intent. The town board of the town of Brookhaven hereby finds that the conservation of prime agricultural lands within the town used for the bona fide agricultural production. Mr. McGann has put 1 to 5 feet of fill from various locations and quarters on top of the prime agricultural land. Was there something deficient with the soil that was there? Is the town satisfied with the quality of the imported soil? Did the soil testing and paperwork Mr. McGann provided to the town or state meet with the town's approval? Actually, he's not going to farm the land, rather park his equipment on top of it. Was it the town board's legislative intent to allow real farms on the scenic east end of the town of Brookhaven to place hundreds of these containers double stacked on farmland? The legislative intent continues, is of vital importance to the town's character. We now have 3 10-foot by 40-foot containers in the middle of an historic district. It also continues environment and economy. Everything was clear cut off the property. Does he qualify for a break on his property taxes for agricultural use? By enhancement of the quality of life of the town's residents. A pastoral setting has been replaced by a truck stop. And by providing a measure of protection from intensification of development. Mr. McGann has approximately 1,900 square feet of structures between the 2 houses. He is in the process of more than doubling that square footage by adding a barn and the containers. Also, in the Farmland Bill of Rights, it states under Article 2, it is the board's further intent and purpose to reduce future conflicts between those engaged in such agricultural production activities and their neighbors, be they residential or commercial. In furtherance of this goal, we hereby determine that it is prudent to require notice of the existence of farming operations which incorporate agricultural production activities to future neighbors upon an application for proposed development and/or proposed change of zone. I thought that was very thoughtful legislation. A farmer wants to sell off a few acres to a developer, and any future occupants must be forewarned of what they can expect. They have 100 roosters next door, they use a lot of manure, etc. It cannot have been the town board's intent then to allow any potential farmer to move into any neighborhood residence of any acreage, declare it a farm, and start flouting our laws. This is simply a local zoning issue. Mr. McGann is trying to reverse engineer his way into being protected farmland. He resides in an A Residence 1 district, not on a farm. The principal use of 338 and 348 Main Street are residences. Mr. McGann should have approached the town for a zoning change before commencing development of the site. Considering all the protections the Farm Bill offers an existing farm, from plowing with diesel equipment, spraying pesticides on the ground and aerially, raising cattle, processing and marketing produce, building any structures to do with farming, utilizing crop protection devices, as in sirens, air horns, etc., use and pump water, dispose of organic waste on the farm, one has to wonder how many residents in residences have thought these protections apply to them. I grow food on my property for my family's consumption. If I put in a few extra rows of carrots, can I now have these protections? Of course not. The town board would have had to write a lot more legislation if the Farm Bill wasn't solely about existing farms and future Board of Zoning Appeals approved farms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And we have the hard copy of that made part of the record. We do have another speaker, so if you could just start with your name and address, please.
My name is Robert Vestigo. I live at 334 Main Street, Setauket, New York, 11733.
Thank you, sir. And we recognize that you did attend the first meeting. The record is one and the same, so we have all the prior testimony. What other input, what additional comment did you have tonight?
Well, as you know, that I also submitted the letter, and I'm not going to read the entire letter, but I'd like just to go through just the main points quickly. It'll take me 2 minutes to do that. I don't want to waste your time. In addressing the comment that Mr. McGann made about a solution, he did offer, he did take us, as he said, he took us to his property and showed us around, but at the same time, it did point to a number of areas where he could have placed the containers and even have a barn in a different area. But that was not on the agenda, not on the table. He did offer to, the trees, but that's not the issue. In a sense, you're trying to hide something that's not supposed to be there in the first place. Otherwise, we wouldn't be trying to come with some sort of variance for this. In any event, my comments deal with the barn, but they also deal with the entire operation because I can't separate the two. I don't see how they can. Our objections are directed not just to the barn's extra 2 feet in height, but to the entire structure. The barn, this barn, regardless of size, cannot be separated from the overall commercial enterprise. And I was listening earlier about, you were looking at barn variances for height and so forth earlier in the afternoon, and you were very concerned about the business operation in the area. And I think this falls into the same category. That's why I believe it's appropriate and pertinent to be bringing in these containers and so forth, because it does address the same issues. The barn, regardless of size, cannot be separated from the overall commercial enterprise. The barn is, as Mr. McGann indicates, an integral business component. It's a warehouse for the storage, processing, and packaging of the vegetables grown in these 3 freight containers. And this is why I'm directing, as I said, my comments to this entire piece. As Mr. Maltz pointed out, that the Farmland Bill of Rights was to protect farmland protection and preservation. And however, we feel that Mr. McGann's operation is not in keeping with the spirit of the Farming Bill of Rights or town codes regulating building and land use in A1 residential areas. The Farmland Bill of Rights protects and preserves town farmlands. And Mr. McGann is not farming the land. In fact, what he's done is buried any natural farmable soil under 1 to 4+ feet of sand clay mixture that comes from, we're guessing from dump truck deliveries from cesspool installations. It's a mixture of stuff, soil. It's a hard surface now with dusty surface with the sand surface so that you can drive cars on it if you needed to or whatever else. So he's not in keeping with the, I'm sorry, I just lost my place here. Therefore, the town code is, so I'm sorry, get back where it was, that he's leveled out this property, and therefore the town code is protecting and preserving a level, dusty parking lot where sit 3 8-ton, 10 by 40 foot freight farms. He says 10 by 8. Well, it's 8 wide width. The height is 9 feet 6 inches as written on the side of the container. So it's 10 by, I mean, it's 40 feet long, 10 foot high. And that's the reason why we see it. I'm looking out my window, I'm in my dining room, and I can see it. I was going to be sitting outside of my backyard with the laptop up so you could see it as well, but I couldn't get good reception. The visibility within the town, with one behind us, but there's also one at Sternberg University, if you would care to see it. Now, Sternberg University in 2015 installed a freight farm container behind the north cafeteria next to the Cardozo dorms. I drove over there the other day to take a photograph of it. And it's just slightly below grade level alongside the cafeteria's loading dock and behind 2 large commercial garbage dumpsters. And it's all on blacktop as well as concrete platforms. And even though vegetables grow inside the containers for use inside the cafeterias, does that mean that this Stony Brook site, this little bit behind this dorm, these dorms cafeteria now qualify as a farm, which is what he's using the farmland bill of rights for, and thereby for the protection of the New York State, Suffolk County codes of Brookhaven's farmland bill of rights. So we invite you, we invite you to 334, 336 Main Street, someone from the town, just to see what we're talking about. Because I think when you see it, then you get the full impression of what's going on. As for the barn, Mr. McGann said he chose this particular model because he wanted to build a barn in keeping with the community's character. And the manufacturer's brochure shows a very attractive 860 square foot, 2-story structure. But the town cannot tell how the barn will affect our community's landscape unless the business's entire site and operation are examined and defined. The barn's sole use is linked to these commercial 10 by 40 foot containers. An A1 residential plot should not house this business operation. An agricultural commercially zoned plot is appropriate. Conclusion, hydroponic freight farming is growing in both necessity and popularity. It is all over the world. This is the first instance maybe in Brookhaven, but it's not the last one. And this means clear zoning guidelines need to be drawn or enforced. If the zoning board approves this barn variance, it implies that this entire operation consisting of 3 8-ton freight containers and a barn is legitimate and may be placed in any Brookhaven A1 residential district back, front, or side yard. Shouldn't the town analyze all of Mr. McGann's planning to determine whether or not these structures and operations do fall under the protection of the Farmland Bill of Rights and town codes for building and land use before he has approval to place or build more structures like this barn on the property? I mean, what we were looking for in terms of some sort of agreement, of course, we'd like to see them removed from the property. Second would be to have them placed someplace else on the property where they're not visible to anyone. But that doesn't solve the problem, the fact that this business now is still in an A1 residential area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for those comments. Mr. McGann, did you do have responsive comments? I'm sorry I cut you off before. What do you want to add to the record?
All right. I mean, I don't really need to go down the rabbit hole on the agricultural stuff. I don't feel a need to comment for myself on that. I do need to point out a couple of things. You know, my agricultural operation is providing a larger benefit to the Brookhaven area with the fresh year-round produce I am selling to local residents and restaurants, into the local economy I'm providing here. I do want to remind Tom, he did take an oath of truth before he spoke, and there was some gross exaggerations and lies in what he was saying. He also does run a business out of his house. There should also be a letter from the Town of Brookhaven Agricultural Advisory Committee endorsing the barn in my agricultural operation. Did you guys receive that?
We do have a letter
Chairman?
October 5, 2020 that we're making part of the record, yes.
Great. Can you read that? Or does it matter if it's part of the record or not?
No, I have it as part of the record. The board members will be able to view it when voting.
Great.
Is it, Mr. Chairman, is it extensive, the letter?
It's a single page, 3-paragraph letter. Mr. McGann, was there anything further?
One other thing. I mean, I am completely in compliance with all my agricultural rights, and furthermore, I comply with all the goals of the 2015 Suffolk County Agricultural Farmland Protection Plan as well. And I don't know. I just kind of want to try to see where the board is on this and get some kind of a motion on it and move it forward on the barn.
Very good, sir. Is there further comment or questions from board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Bergson? We certainly can, if you want the agricultural advisory board correspondence read, we can read it for the record. I don't know that we need to do it this evening. It's my intention to hold over a final time for some further input from a number of agencies. What did you have further, Mr. Bergson?
I'm just curious. It was my understanding that the only issue here was a 2-foot variance, that the rest of the issues, as interesting as they may appear to be, are not before this board.
I would agree with you to the extent that they may be conditions upon any action taken by this board. At the same time, I can also agree that the applicant doesn't need this board and can build a barn, and we're only talking about 1.5 feet.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So is there anything further? Mr.
Chairman?
McGann?
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman?
Doyle, yes. Well, we'll take Mr. Doyle first.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted, as the council board, I just wanted to, just to note for everyone, as Mr. Bergen said, that the variance was before the board, but also any grant by this board also doesn't make a determination one way or other on the agricultural use. It's not, it doesn't ratify it, nor does it eliminate it. Just so that, so everybody's aware of what the board decision makes, it has literally no bearing on whether there's an agricultural use and what other actions the town might take or not. Just making that very clear.
Very good. Mr. Cunha, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, two questions. One to the applicant. Neighbors had stated that there might be a tasting in the barn. Will it be a commercial?
No, I have invited chefs over to view the operation and taste the produce. It is not open to the public as like a farm stand or anything.
Okay, so if chef wants to come and look at the product, that's what they were. Okay, very
Yes.
good. And secondly, Mr. Chair, I know that they read the town Bill of Rights or farmland Bill of Rights, but my question to you, Mr. Chair, is you said we have other agencies. Are we looking for federal agencies to respond? Because I know it's also federally protected. Is that what we're waiting for, sir?
I don't have specifically what that is. I intend to get further comment from HDAC on the application. If there are any other agencies wishing to provide some comment or some testimony, we'll be happy to take them also.
I have input from the New York Division of Building and Codes saying that these are compliant and exempt. I also have input for New York Ags and Market saying that these are agricultural piece of equipment or structures and they are exempt as well.
Mr. McGann, I believe that we may have them for the record, but if we don't, to the extent that we don't, I'll ask you just to provide them, please. So
I could send it, but I really I'm trying to keep it just on the barn. I don't want to get it too far distracted off topic.
All right. I mean, if you don't want
Mr.
to make
Chair,
them part of the record, that's fine. Mr. Cunha.
Actually, as per New York State Code, all agricultural buildings do not need.
I'm sorry, Rick, you broke up a little bit. I got up as per New York State Code.
As per New York State Code, I don't know what's going on. I apologize.
No, you're back. You want to try that again?
As per New York State Building Code, agricultural buildings are exempt from building inspections and et cetera. So
I think that everyone's in agreement. I think on that point, everyone is in agreement, although you haven't come out clearly. I understand what you're saying. Mr. Bergson, was there anything further?
No.
All right. If there's nothing further from the board, I'll ask for a motion to hold over until November 4.
Motion.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
One opposed? We have 4 board members in favor, 1 opposed.
I'm opposed.
Mr. McGann, you don't have a vote. If it's 2 and 2, it's still it doesn't help us, any board members. So I'm going to take the motion to hold over until November 4. And if there's any issue with it, we'll bring it up at the next hearing.
Chairman, I have a question. What is the reason for the holdover so I can be prepared?
Because I want to make sure we have all the input necessary for the board's determination on the application. Again, sir, you don't need us. You can build your barn. And you need us to the extent that you want to go another 1.5 feet. You can. You have many choices before you. We're not holding you up. To the extent that you want additional height above code permissions, that's the reason why you're here.
Sure. Okay.
All right.
I'll consider that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion then for, I think that's the last case. Is that right?
I believe we have 57 Pennsylvania.
Oh. Do we have Mr. Weiss with us?
Mr. Chair, I think we still have an open motion.
I'm sorry, what was that, Rick?
I think you still have a 2 and 2.
I have a 2 and 2 motion. There's nothing I can do about it.
Does anyone want to change their mind?
Mr. McGann, thank you. I'm just gonna remove you from this hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I'm willing to reconsider that motion and vote to put it over to the November date that you indicated.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, we're
Bergson.
going to want a default denial. We'll do the same.
Very good. So now we have a motion then to hold over until November 4. Mr. McGann, are you still with us?
I promote him back as a panelist.
Very good. If we don't If we don't have anyone on behalf of the applicant 57 Pennsylvania
We
Avenue,
do.
I think,
Mr. Weiss is here.
Mr. Weiss is here.
all right, Mr. Weiss is here. Let's promote him and we'll take his appearance, and Ms. Ricardi has something to read for the record. I understand that. I understand that.
I'm going to read them both. I'm going to read all the cases. Case number 30 of November 20th, 2019, 57 Pennsylvania Avenue Realty LLC, care of JW Consulting. PO Box 674 Quorum. Properties located on the east side of Pennsylvania Avenue, 1,445 feet south of South Haven Avenue, Medford. Applicant requests certificate of existing use for two-family, two-story dwelling with an enclosed front porch, rear bulkhead door, detached concrete block garage. Case numbers 10 and 11 of July 24th, 2019, under the same name for the same location. Applicant requests division of a parcel into two plots, 1 and 2, requiring lot area, lot frontage, minimum and total side yard variances for the existing two-family dwelling on lot 1, lot frontage variance for a proposed one-family dwelling on lot 2.
All right, then, Mr. Weiss, I understood that you didn't need to be here, but you are here, so let me take your appearance for the record, please.
John Weiss, JW Consulting for the applicant. I'm actually here to watch the last case.
Thank you, sir. I'm gonna, so if you have nothing further to say, I'm not gonna have you sworn.
Okay.
But if you do, oh, that's fine then. So board members, what I want to do is I want to look at cases 10 and 11. If you do recall, this was a request for a CEU for a two-family dwelling with accessory uses, and a companion request for a land division, which was amended for a land division for two single-family dwellings. The original application came in with case number 10 as an existing two-family dwelling with a land division for an additional one-family dwelling. So with regard to cases 10 and 11 of July 24, 2019, the chair would move to grant the application as amended, to the extent that the land division was for two for an existing single-family dwelling and for a second lot. I understand it's an unlisted action with a negative declaration, standard residential mitigation measures. No? All right, so that we have mitigation measures from the BZA planner, so we'll incorporate those. That would be the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. With regard to case,
I recuse because I recused on the one on 11/2019 as well. So I'm going to recuse on all of it.
very good. We do have 4 members voting in favor. So Mr. Cunha is recused from that case. Then returning to case 30 of November 20, 2019, that was a request for a CEU for a two-family dwelling in light of the board's decision on cases 10 and 11 of July 24, 2019, granting a land division for two single-family dwellings, one of which was the existing single-family dwelling. The board would move to dismiss that application.
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That would then be it. I'm going to ask the board for a brief recess and for executive session.
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We can go right into executive session. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay.
James Wisdom.
Hold the chance.
One, two, three, four.
We're missing Howard and Rick.
We have Rick. It's right in
Oh,
the
hi,
middle.
Rick. Hi, Rick.
Well, he's in my middle.
Howard, you're getting attention.
Is Howard? Is this just Howard? One, two, three, four.
Just
Yeah, we're just
Howard.
missing Howard.
And he's got a lot to do.
Yes.
John's leaving.
You're less red on this one, Paul.
Where are you going, John?
You think the lighting is better? You know what I did? I did a little bit of powder.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well,
Howard's the first one.
let me do this. We have four board members. I'll make a motion to resume the hearing. How's that?
So
moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So I'll just talk slower.
Here he
There we
is.
go.
There we
Perfect timing. So, Howard, in your absence, I've just moved to resume the hearing. I'm going to ask board members to look at today's worksheet and go to page number 1, case number 2. Is there a motion for case number 2 in the name of Patrick Fontana and Lori Adams?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'll make a motion to grant the application type 2 with a pool house covenant.
Second.
All right, that motion was made by Mr. Wisdom and Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. To page number 2, case number 3, in the name of Daniel DeRusso. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'll make a motion to grant the application type 2.
Motion by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by, I think that this is Mr. Lazarus, although I can't
Yes.
see Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. To page 3, case number 5, in the name of Sean Keen. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move the grant as presented type 2.
Motion by Mr. Cunha,
Second.
second by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. To page 16. Under request for reconsideration of motion, case number 2 of September 23, 2020, in the name of LBW Bellport LLC. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'll make a motion that prior grant of 9/23/20 is amended to read granted as presented type 2.
Motion by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Abstain.
opposed? The record will reflect that Mr. Cunha's abstained. Motion carries 4 in favor with 1 abstention. Under request for grant extension, case 46 of August 8th, 2018, in the name of Alfred Chandler. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I make a motion that the prior grant of 8/8/18 is extended for a period of 6 months to expire in 2/8/21.
Motion by Mr.
Second.
Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Case on the same page, case number 7 of September 5, 2018, in the name of Marie Russo. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I make a motion to grant prior grant of 9/5/18 is extended for a period of 6 months to expire 3/5/21.
Motion by Mr. Wisdom,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. To page number 18, case number 12 of July 15, 2020, in the name of Eastport Gas Corp. Does the board have a motion?
Chairman, I move to grant in part for a 16-foot by 34-foot, 476 square foot canopy with a maximum height of 16 feet. Roof canopy shall be flat with a maximum of 1.5 feet. Cornice facade, fascia, canopy signage is prohibited. Ground sign shall be a monument style sign comprised of wood carved or wood-like material. Only internal illumination of the ground sign shall be limited to the gasoline pricing only, with remainder of illumination being comprised of gooseneck fixtures. Illuminated window signs, banners, streamers, flags, and pennants on the parcel are prohibited, subject to the filing of covenant that the premises should not be utilized as a convenience store. Type 2 action.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No, sorry.
No.
Wait.
No, I make no objection.
I'm
All
sorry.
right. So Mr. Lazaru, I'm sorry, you're not voting with the motion.
No, I am voting with it. Just, I was late in retrieve.
Oh, okay, very good. So, any opposed? No one's opposed, motion carries.
Right.
And turning to page 19, case number 13, also in the name of Eastport Gas Corp. Does the board
Mr.
have a
Chairman, I
motion?
move to grant for an 8-foot by 6-inch front yard setback for canopy with a maximum height of 16 feet. Canopy signage is prohibited, type 2 action. That's
Second.
8.5 feet, just to be
Yes.
clear.
That motion is by Mr. Wisdom,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Finally, board members on the same page, case number 14, also in the name of Eastport Gas Corp. Does the board have a motion?
Chairman, move to grant, the ground sign shall be monument of style sign comprised of wood carved or wood-like material only with a maximum 9-foot height and 32 square feet area. Internal illumination of ground sign shall be limited to gasoline pricing only, with remainder of illumination being comprised of gooseneck fixtures, type 2 action.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Board members, that would conclude our activity today. Thank you all for attending. Always good to see you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Aye. Good night.
Michelle,
Aye,
we're done.
gentlemen and ladies.